So there is a video game series where the lore got so deep and so philosophically dense that there is an in-universe concept called Kim, which is essentially the state of a character realizing they're inside a video game, achieving full enlightenment about it, and then refusing to delete themselves out of pure stubborn ego. And that is not even the deep end of the iceberg, that is somewhere around the middle. The series is called The Elder Scrolls, and over the course of about 30 years, between fan forums, a former Bethesda writer who is sort of doing his own thing on the side, and the games themselves, the lore has become something that genuinely competes with actual religious texts in terms of how much commentary has been written about it. So I sat down and tried to walk through the whole iceberg, tier by tier, from the stuff that you probably already know if you played Skyrim once, all the way down to the part where I genuinely had to stop and lie on the floor for a minute. This is going to be long, and it is going to get weird, and I am going to do my best to make sense of it as we go. Alright, so to set the stage, an iceberg, in the sense that people use it on the internet, is just a list of facts and theories about a particular topic arranged from common knowledge at the top to obscure and disturbing stuff at the bottom. The Elder Scrolls is, I would argue, the most fertile ground in all of video games for this format, because Bethesda has spent literal decades writing in-universe books, contradictory histories, fictional religions, and metaphysical essays that exist inside the games as collectible items. And then, on top of that, there is a guy named Michael Kirkbride, who used to work at Bethesda, left around the time of Morrowind, and has spent the years since posting essays online that some fans consider scripture, that some fans consider fanfiction, and that Bethesda themselves occasionally quote in their actual games. So, the canon is a mess, the lore is a mess, and that is exactly what makes the iceberg interesting. We are going to start at the top with the things every casual fan probably knows, and we are going to keep going down until I have to stop. So the very tip of the iceberg is the worship of Talos. If you have played Skyrim, you know that the High Elves, also called the Thalmor, have banned the worship of Talos, and that this is one of the reasons the Stormcloak Rebellion is happening. What a lot of people who only played Skyrim do not know is that Talos was actually a person, specifically the founder of the Empire, a man named Tiber Septim, who lived in the Second Era, conquered the entire continent of Tamriel, and then, upon his death, was elevated to godhood and added to the pantheon of human gods. So, when the Thalmor ban Talos worship, what they're technically doing is banning the worship of a dead emperor. We will come back to Talos, because, just to flag it now, he is one of the most contested figures in the entire lore. And there is a real argument that he was not one person at all, but three people stitched together by political magic. And that is something we are going to dig into a few tiers from now. Right under that, you have the 9 divines, sometimes called the 8 divines, depending on who is in charge politically at the moment. The 9 divines is the official pantheon of the Empire of Tamriel, and Talos is one of them, which is why the Thalmor banning him brings the count down to 8. The other 8 are Akatosh, the dragon god of time, Arkay, the god of life and death, Dibella, the goddess of beauty, Julianos, the god of wisdom, Kynareth, the goddess of nature, Mara, the goddess of love, Stendar, the god of mercy, and Zenithar, the god of work and commerce. These are presented in the games as just sort of the gods, and most casual players treat them like the Greek pantheon, but here is where it starts getting interesting. The High Elves, who are the founders of the Thalmor, do not actually believe these are real gods. They believe the 9 divines are watered-down propaganda versions of the original elven gods, repackaged by humans to legitimize the human empire. And actually, when you dig into the original sources, the High Elves are essentially correct, because Akatosh, the head of the human pantheon, is a merging of 2 earlier gods, the Nordic god Shor and the High Elven god Auriel, that was deliberately created by Alessia, the first empress of Cyrodiil, as a political compromise, so she could rule over a population that worshipped 2 different pantheons. So already, at the very top of the iceberg, the religion of the empire is a marketing campaign. Next up, the Tribunal. The Tribunal is the trio of god kings who ruled Morrowind for thousands of years before the events of the game The Elder Scrolls 3, and they are Vivek, Almalexia, and Sota Sil. They are essentially the Dunmer equivalent of the divine pantheon, except they are not gods in the traditional sense. They were mortals who used a magical artifact called the Heart of Lorcan, which is the heart of a slain creator god buried under a volcano, to elevate themselves to godhood. And in Morrowind, the game, the entire plot is essentially about the tribunal slowly losing their divinity, with Vivek, the most famous of the three, eventually losing all his power and disappearing during the lead up to Skyrim. The other two are killed during the events of the game, with Almalexia going completely insane and trying to murder you, and Sotha Sil being assassinated by his own former friend. So this is God Kings becoming mortals and then dying inside an open world video game where you can also do fetch quests for someone named Fargoth. Going down a level, you have the Daedric Princes, which are sort of the demon gods of the Elder Scrolls universe, although calling them demons is not really right either. The Daedric Princes are the equivalent of devils in your typical fantasy game, but in Elder Scrolls they are not necessarily evil, they are just amoral and powerful, and each one rules over a particular sphere of existence. So, Myrrunes Dagon is destruction, Sheogorath is madness, Bowithia is plots and treachery, Molagbal is domination and rape, Azura is dusk and dawn, Hirsine is the hunt, Hermeus Mora is knowledge, Nocturnal is the night sky, and so on. There are 16 of them total, sometimes 17, depending on whether you count one of them who got cursed and then split into two, which we will absolutely get to. These guys are real, they are summonable, and you spend a meaningful chunk of the games doing quests for them. The thing most casual fans do not know is that the Daedric Princes are not technically gods. They are essentially the spirits who refuse to participate in the creation of the world, which is why they hate Lorcan, the trickster god who came up with the idea. But I am getting ahead of myself. The Numidium is something most fans have heard of, but very few actually understand. The Numidium is a giant brass robot, about 1,000 feet tall, built by the dwarves of the Elder Scrolls universe, called the Dwemer, and it is powered by the heart of a dead god. Yes, that is the actual lore. The Dwemer built a giant brass robot powered by a deity, and the explicit purpose of this robot was to give them the power to escape the mortal world entirely and ascend to godhood. The robot has appeared, or been mentioned, in 3 of the main games, has been used to conquer the entire continent at least once, and is responsible for several time fractures in the canon, which we will get to. Tiber Septim, the founder of the Empire, used the Numidium to crush the High Elves and unite Tamriel, which is why the High Elves hate him so much, and why his apotheosis as Talos is such a sore point. Speaking of the Dwemer, the disappearance of the Dwemer is probably the single most famous lore mystery in the Elder Scrolls. The Dwemer were an entire race of dwarves who lived underground in massive technological cities, who built clockwork robots and giant brass war machines, and who, in a single moment, vanished from the face of the world. Every single Dwemer in existence disappeared simultaneously during the Battle of Red Mountain in the First Era, and nobody, in-universe or out, knows for sure what happened to them. What we do know is that their high priest, a guy named Kagranak, was attempting to use 3 magical tools, called Sunder, Keening, and Wraithguard, on the heart of Lorcan, to grant the entire Dwemer race immortality and ascend them to godhood at the same time. He struck the heart, and at that exact moment, every Dwemer disappeared. There is exactly one Dwemer left alive in the entire lore, a guy named Yagrum Bagarn, who only survived because he happened to be in an entirely different plane of existence at the moment Kagranak struck the heart. He has no idea what happened either, by the way. He's just an old guy in a basement with a horrible disease, who shows up in Morrowind to give you a quest. The Elder Scrolls themselves are something a lot of fans assume are just the name of the series, but they are also actual objects in the lore. The Elder Scrolls are unreadable prophecies that are physical scrolls, and they describe events that simultaneously happened in the past, are happening now, and will happen in the future. Reading them requires a special kind of monk called a moth priest, and the more times you read one, the more permanently blind you become. Eventually, a moth priest who has read too many will go completely blind and continue to read them by touch, until they go even more blind, and at some point they can no longer perceive reality at all. The Elder Scrolls are described as not having been written, but as being co-authored by every choice anyone has ever made or will ever make, which is one of those sentences that sounds like fantasy nonsense until you really sit with it. Tiber Septim, who we have already touched on, founded the Empire of Cyrodiil in the Second Era after a long series of conquests. Before he was Tiber Septim, the Emperor, he was a guy named Hjalti Earlybeard, who was a successful general working for another would-be emperor named Kulkane. The popular myth says that Tiber Septim was a brilliant warrior and political genius who unified Tamriel through a combination of military victory and diplomatic skill. The actual lore, especially if you read some of the more obscure books in the games and certain texts written by Michael Kirkbride, is significantly more complicated, but we are going to save the full Talos breakdown for the tier where it belongs. Pelinal Whitestrake is one of those characters who almost every Elder Scrolls fan has heard of, but very few really understand. Pelinal was the divine warrior who led the slave rebellion that overthrew the elven empire of the Aelids in the First Era, alongside Alessia, the slave queen, and her demigod nephew Morihaus, who, by the way, was a flying bull. The thing about Pelinal that even casual fans tend to know is that he was, allegedly, a robot from the future. The Song of Pelinal, which is one of the in-game books, describes him as having a chest that gaped open with no heart, only a red, rage-shaped diamond singing like a mindless dragon, and he wore star armor that no smith of the era could replicate. Michael Kirkbride has, when asked directly, more or less confirmed that yes, Pelinal was something like a cyborg time traveler, and we are going to come back to this when we get to the deep tiers, because the implications get genuinely insane. The Hist are the giant sentient trees that the Argonian race is descended from. Most players who go to Black Marsh in the Elder Scrolls Online or who have just read the manuals know this. The Hist are claimed to be older than every other race on the planet, possibly older than the planet itself, and they communicate with each other through their roots and with Argonians through their sap. What casual players probably do not know is that the Hist appear to be aware of things happening across the entire continent, that they essentially decide what an unhatched Argonian egg will grow into based on what is needed at the time, and that they have, on more than one occasion, made deals with Daedric princes. There is a Hist tree in the realm of Clavicus Vile. There is another one in Molag Bal's realm of Cold Harbor. The Hist are not just trees, they are something significantly weirder, and they are basically running the swamp. A thing that even casual fans tend to figure out eventually is that Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness, is actually you. Specifically, the player character from the previous game, the hero of Kuwatch, who in the Shivering Isles expansion of the Elder Scrolls IV became the new Sheogorath. The previous Sheogorath was actually the cursed Daedric Prince Ygalag, the Prince of Order, who got cursed by the other princes thousands of years ago to live as the Prince of Madness, the thing he hated most. At the end of the Shivering Isles expansion, the player character takes over for Sheogorath, and the original Ygalag is freed and walks off into oblivion. So, if you ever wondered why Sheogorath in Skyrim mentions a champion of Cyrodiil from 150 years ago, it is because that is literally him talking about himself. That is the player character. He is the new Prince of Madness. He just walks around in a purple suit now. Akatosh is Ariel. We mentioned this already, but to spell it out, Akatosh, the chief god of the human pantheon, is essentially the same entity as Auriel, the chief god of the elven pantheon, with some bolt-on theological adjustments made in the First Era so that Saint Alessia could create a religion that worked for both her elven and human subjects. This is in fact known and accepted within the lore, and it is one of the reasons the conflict between men and Mer is so philosophically tangled. The two species are, in some sense, worshipping the same dragon god under different brand names. Alright, that gets us through the most surface level entries, the stuff that you probably already knew if you played Skyrim and read a few Wikipedia articles. Now we start going down. So a level deeper, The first thing that is going to come up is the Akaviri, the people from the continent to the east of Tamriel. Akavir means Dragonland in the Old Elven tongue, and the place is inhabited by 4 major races: the Tsaishi, who are snake folk, the Kapotun, who are tiger folk and aspire to literally become dragons, the Tangmo, who are monkey folk, and the Kamal, who are demons that freeze solid every winter and only thaw out during the summer to invade their neighbors. That last one is real, by the way. Those are actual demons that hibernate. The Akaviri have invaded Tamriel at least 3 separate times throughout history, and Tamriel has invaded Akavir exactly once, and that invasion went absolutely catastrophically. The Tsaishi, the snake folk of Akavir, are famous in the lore for a single sentence buried in the Pocket Guide to the Empire, which reads, "The men of Akavir were eaten long ago by the vampiric serpent folk of Tsaishi, so an entire continent of humans was apparently consumed by a race of vampire snakes." Whether this means literally eaten or some kind of metaphor for political subjugation is debated, but the in-game books include accounts of Tsayeshi, who appeared to have humanoid upper bodies and snake lower bodies, and others who were described as just looking entirely like beautiful golden scaled serpents. Bethesda has never resolved this, which is probably for the best, because the moment you nail down the Tsaiski, you also kill a lot of the weirder lore about them. The other thing about the Tsaishi is that they are not, despite the snake imagery, a clearly evil race. After their failed First-Era invasion of Tamriel, the Empire of Cyrodiil actually granted amnesty to the surviving Tsaishi soldiers, integrated them into the Imperial military, and the Tsaiski eventually became the founders of the Blades, the dragon-killing organization that you join in Skyrim and Oblivion. The Blades, by the way, are descended from Akaviri dragon hunters, and that is the entire reason their uniforms and architecture have that vaguely Japanese aesthetic. The Cloud Ruler Temple in Oblivion is built in pagoda style because it is a holdover from the Akaviri origin of the order. They arrived in Tamriel hunting dragons, which is what they had been doing back in Akavir, where the snake people had reportedly eaten or enslaved every red dragon on the continent and then refocused their efforts on dragon hunting and emperor protecting in their new home. The fact that the player, in Skyrim, joins what is essentially the descendants of Akaviri dragon eaters in order to kill the dragon god of Time's son, while also being the reincarnation of Dragon's soul, is the kind of layered hilarity the series is full of if you start digging. Reman Cyrodiil, who founded the Second Empire, has a backstory that is somehow more bonkers than Tiber Septim's. According to the in-universe sources, Reman was conceived when a wandering king named Hrol came across a mound that turned out to be the resting place of the spirit of Saint Alessia. He saw a vision of her, made love to the hill, and walked away. 9 months later, the hill turned into a baby. That hill is now the site of Sanctuary Tor, the most sacred location in the imperial religion. So, the second emperor of Tamriel was born from a hill that a guy had relations with. I am not making this up, this is canon. You can read it in the Pocket Guide to the Empire and other in-game sources. The whole concept of Akatosh being a Khajiiti time dragon is something fans bring up. The Khajiit, the cat people, have their own creation myth where the chief god is named Akka or Alkosh, who is essentially a dragon of time, and depending on which Khajiit tradition you ask, this Alkosh is either the same as Akatosh or a precursor to him. The Khajiit also have their own moon gods, their own concept of the universe, and the entire reason their bodies vary from giant tigers to small house cats is determined by the phase of the moons of Tamriel at their birth. Yes, that is also real. The cat people are subject to lunar biology, and a Khajiit born during a specific lunar phase comes out as a giant tiger called a Sencherat, while one born during a different phase comes out looking essentially like a regular house cat called an Alfik, sapient regular house cats that are people that can do magic. Speaking of moons, the moons of Tamriel are not actually moons. According to certain lore sources, including a Khajiit creation myth and various Kirkbride texts, the 2 moons in the sky above Tamriel, Maser, and Secunda are actually the literal corpse of Lorkhan, the trickster god who tricked the other gods into creating the world. After he was killed at the end of the Dawn era, his body was hung in the sky as a punishment and a warning. Some sources say only one of the moons is his body, others say both. Some say the moons are sometimes covered in a black and pink pattern because the Khajiit god Lorkhaj, who is the Khajiit version of Lorkhan, is sometimes called the moon beast, and his presence corrupts the moons. Skyrim does not really get into this. Skyrim just has moons. The Daedric princes cannot really die. If you encounter a Daedric prince in Tamriel, what you are actually encountering is a manifestation, a sort of avatar projected through the planar veil, because the actual Daedra cannot fully physically enter the mortal world. If you fight a Daedric prince in the games, like Myrron's Dagon at the end of Oblivion, you are not really killing the Daedric prince, you are banishing that particular manifestation, and the prince themselves is fine, sitting back in their plane of oblivion, slightly annoyed. The only known way to actually kill a Daedric prince permanently is something called destroying their planar essence, which has only ever happened once or twice in the lore and requires extremely unusual circumstances. Trinimac was an Aldmeri god, the strongest of the elven gods, before he was, depending on which source you read, either eaten by, fought by, or transformed by the Daedric prince Boethiah, after which he emerged as the new Daedric prince Malacath. The exact mechanism here is contested. The Velothi version, which is the version told by the Dark Elves, says that Boethiah literally ate Trinimac whole, then dropped him out of her backhand, and the resulting mess became Malacath. The Orsimer, the Orcs, have their own version where Trinimac was defeated through trickery, banished to a place of ash, and reborn through suffering as Malacath, the god of the spurned and ostracized. Either way, the Orcs, who were originally a sect of high elves who followed Trinimac, were transformed at the same time their god was, and they became the green-skinned Orsimer race. So, the Orcs are not a separate evolutionary lineage from elves, they are elves who got cursed because their god got eaten by a demon. The Underking is another character that comes up a lot in the deeper lore, but that most casual fans only have a vague sense of. The Underking is the resurrected spirit of an ancient Nordic king named Wulfhart, who in life was a dragonborn and a powerful master of the Thu'um, the Nordic shout magic. After his death, he was resurrected multiple times throughout history to help Nords fight against various enemies, and at one point he served as a general under Tiber Septim during the conquest of Tamriel. After being betrayed and killed by Tiber and his battle mage, his soul was used to power the Numidium, which is part of why the Numidium worked at all. The Underking, as a soul-trapped wraith inside the brass god, eventually broke free, destroyed the Numidium for the first time, and then haunted Tamriel for several centuries before eventually being put to rest during the events of the Elder Scrolls II, Daggerfall. Manimarco, the King of Worms, is a high elf necromancer who shows up in multiple games, and who, depending on which timeline you accept as canon, may or may not be a god. Manimarco was originally a student at the Sigic Order, the same monastic order that includes some of the most powerful mages in the world, and he became obsessed with necromancy. He invented black soul gems, which can trap the souls of sapient beings, which is normally not possible. He kept himself alive through lichdom for thousands of years. And then, during the events of Daggerfall, during the chaotic warp in the West that we will get to in detail, one possible outcome of the game's ending had Manimarco ascend to godhood as a being called the Revenant or the Necromancer's Moon. After the Dragon Break resolved, both versions of Manimarco existed simultaneously, the Mortal Lich and the Ascended God, and the Mortal Lich is who you fight in Oblivion, while the Ascended God version is still up there in the sky, somewhere. Black soul gems, by the way, are a Manimarco invention. Standard soul gems can hold the souls of animals and creatures, but not of people, because there is a kind of theological prohibition on capturing the souls of sapient beings. Manimarco figured out a way to trap human, elven, and other intelligent souls inside specially modified soul gems, which is how he was able to raise vast armies of zombies and skeletons, and how he was able to perform necromantic experiments that the regular mages would never have been allowed to do. The Black Soul Gem is also, incidentally, the engine of all magical economy in Skyrim, which is a game where you spend a lot of time soul-trapping bandits to recharge your sword. The Skyrim player base, on average, has committed more theological crimes than every necromancer in the lore combined. Yokuda was a continent west of Tamriel, the homeland of the Red Guards, and it sank into the sea. This is not myth, this is in-universe historical fact. The continent went under the water in the First Era, around the year 792, and the surviving Yokudans migrated to what is now Hammerfell, which is the Red Guard homeland in the western part of Tamriel. The cause of the sinking is debated. Some sources blame natural disasters. Other sources blame a group of rebel sword singers called the Hiradirg, who allegedly used a forbidden technique to sink their own homeland during a civil war. A forbidden sword technique that sank an entire continent. That is the level of stuff Yokudan martial arts can apparently do. The sword singers, by the way, are the legendary warrior order of Old Yokuda, the spiritual ancestors of all the famous Red Guard swordsmen in the lore, and they had a martial tradition called the Way of the Sword that essentially treated swordsmanship as a path to enlightenment. The most elite sword singers, called Ansei, could manifest spirit swords through pure willpower, and the most legendary Ansei could allegedly perform cuts that affected reality itself. The leader of the sword singers, Frandar Hunding, led his people from Yokuda to Hammerfell after the continent went under, and the Red Guards adopted that name because the Yokudans saw them as red-skin protectors. The fact that the Red Guards have the cultural memory of an entire sunken homeland with mystical sword traditions is part of why they have such a distinctive feel in the games, even though the games rarely actually go into Hammerfell. The Hunding is the Yokudan spirit of perseverance over infidels, and he appears in Tamrielic history every time the Red Guards need to make way for themselves. He has shown up 3 times in recorded history, twice during the original Ragada invasion of Hammerfell in the First Era, and once during the wars against Tiber Septim. In his most recent appearance, the Hunding was apparently embodied as a sword, or a crown, or both at the same time, depending on which source you read. Cyrus the Restless, the main character of the spin-off game The Elder Scrolls Adventures, Redguard, is widely theorized to be a Hunding, or at least to have channeled the Hunding's power. The Shezarin is a concept that The Elder Scrolls borrows from Christian theology more than fans often realize, although the series has filed off all the serial numbers. A Shezarin is an incarnation of Lorkhan, the missing god, sometimes called Shor or Shazar, depending on the culture. Throughout history, when humanity is in serious trouble, a Shezarin appears as a mortal champion to defend mankind. Pelinal Whitestrake was a Shezarin, Wulfharth the Underking was a Shezarin, Hans the Fox, Harold Harry Breeks, and several other figures throughout the lore have been suspected of being Shezarines, and a particularly bonkers theory holds that Tiber Septim himself was either a Shezarin or partially one, which we will absolutely get into. The fact that there have been multiple incarnations of the same dead god walking around as mortals in different bodies across different eras is the kind of thing that, if you said it out loud about most fantasy series, people would assume you were making it up. Now we are getting into the part of the iceberg where the casual stuff ends and the deep lore starts. Dragon breaks are events where linear time stops working in Tamriel. They are caused by something extremely powerful disrupting the flow of time, usually the activation of the Numidium, although the longest one in history was caused by a religious cult trying to remove the elven influence from the human gods. During a dragon break, all possible outcomes happen simultaneously. This is not a metaphor. The lore explicitly states that if 4 different factions all activate the Numidium at the same moment, then 4 different futures all occur at the same time, and the resulting paradox eventually collapses into a single new reality that contains elements of all of them. There have been at least 3 major dragon breaks in Tamrielic history that we know of. and we will discuss them all. The first dragon break happened at the Battle of Red Mountain in the First Era, when the Dwemer activated the Numidium for the first time, just before they disappeared. The second was the Middle Dawn, which lasted over 1,000 years and is the reason there is so much disagreement in the historical record about what happened during certain periods of the First Era. The third, and most famous, was the Warp in the West, which happened at the end of the Elder Scrolls II, Daggerfall. Each of these will get a proper treatment. The Warp in the West is the most famous dragon break because it is the only one that happened in a game we actually played. At the end of Daggerfall, the player has the option to give the Totem of Tiber Septim, an artifact that controls the Numidium, to any of 6 different factions, each of which would use it to take over the Iliac Bay region. Bethesda, instead of just picking one ending and writing it into the next game, declared that all 6 endings happened simultaneously, because they were all activating the Numidium, and the Numidium causes dragon breaks. So in canon, the player gave the totem to all 6 factions at the same time. The Numidium walked the earth as multiple separate Numidiums, simultaneously crushing 6 separate empires, and at the end of it, the entire Iliac Bay was reorganized from 44 warring petty kingdoms into 4 large, stable kingdoms. The empire kept what it controlled. Manimarco temporarily became a god. The king of the orcs founded a new orcish kingdom against all odds, and everyone went on with their lives, despite the fact that nobody could quite agree on what had just happened. The Middle Dawn is the longest dragon break in history and the one with the most lasting consequences. It was caused by a fanatical religious sect within the Alessian Order, called the Marukati Selective, who were obsessed with removing the elven aspects of Akatosh from human worship. Their reasoning was that since Akatosh was originally a fusion of the elven Auriel and the human shore, they could, through ritual, perform a kind of metaphysical surgery to remove the elven half and leave only the pure human dragon god. They actually attempted this. The ritual worked in the sense that something definitely happened, and the result was a dragon break that lasted somewhere around 1008 years, during which every event happened simultaneously. 8 stars fell from the sky, and various accounts describe Cyrodiil as becoming an egg or an empire across the stars, or both. The Marukati Selectives ritualistically tortured the universe so badly trying to fix their theological problem that they broke time for 1,000 years, and a lot of the surviving texts from that era genuinely cannot agree on what happened. Imperial scholars have spent the centuries since just trying to construct a coherent timeline for that period, and most have given up. Kim is the concept I opened the video with, and now we have to actually explain it. Kim is an ancient Elnophax word, Elnophax being the proto-language of the universe, and it loosely translates to royalty or starlight. The state of Kim is what a mortal achieves when they realize that the entire universe, themselves included, is a dream being dreamt by an unconscious entity called the Godhead. But instead of dissolving in horror at this realization, they double down on their own ego, refuse to dissolve, and through that refusal gain the ability to manipulate reality at will, because they now know it is a dream. Only 2 beings in the entire lore are confirmed to have achieved Kim. The first is Vivek, the God King of Morrowind, who allegedly attained Kim at some point during his rise to power. The second is Tiber Septim, who allegedly used Kim to literally rewrite the landscape of Cyrodiil from a tropical jungle into a temperate forest, an act so improbable that it has caused theological debates in-universe for centuries. The reason Kim has caused such religious debate is that, as Sota Sil, one of the tribunal members, put it, Vivek knows the boundaries that separate fact from fiction, and he knows them so well that he has learned how to break them. A being who has achieved Kim understands that reality is a story, recognizes the contradictions in that story, and both does and does not believe their own tales simultaneously. The standard interpretation, the one most lore fans go with, is that Kim is essentially lucid dreaming, but for reality itself, where you understand that the world is a dream, but choose not to wake up, because waking up would erase you. A failed attempt at Kim results in something called zero-summing, where the entity attempting it ceases to exist completely and retroactively, meaning they never existed at all. Lorcan, the trickster god who started all of this, is theorized to have intentionally failed Kim in order to show the other gods that it could be done. The towers are a metaphysical structure underlying all of Tamriel. The concept was introduced by Michael Kirkbride in a text called the Numantia Intercept and has since been incorporated into the canon through references in Skyrim and Elder Scrolls Online. Essentially, there are a series of physical structures across Nirn that serve as the load-bearing pillars of reality itself. The first tower is Adamantine Tower, also called Adamantia, on a small island in High Rock, which is the oldest structure on the planet. The second tower is Red Mountain, which is not technically a constructed building, but a volcano whose stone is the heart of Lorcan buried inside it. The elves, jealous of the human empire and seeking to escape mortality, built 6 more towers in imitation of these two, each one with its own tower stone, each one a focal point for the kind of magic that lets reality be shaped. The towers known to exist include the Crystal Tower in Somerset, whose stone is called Transparent Law, the White Gold Tower in the center of Cyrodiil, whose stone is the Kim El Adabal, which was literally crystallized Lorcan blood that fell from the heart when it was first wounded, the Brass Tower, which is the Numidium itself, walking around with the heart as its stone, Greensap, also called the Grat Oak in Valenwood, whose stone is the Perchance Acorn, Orichalk, the Sinistral Sword Tower in Old Yokuda, Snowthroat, the Throat of the World in Skyrim, whose stone is unknown, and Doomcrag, a possibly failed tower built by the Aelids and corrupted into a vampire factory. The idea is that the towers, together, keep Mundus from dissolving back into the chaos of oblivion. When a tower is deactivated, by destroying its stone or breaking its link to the stone, reality becomes more fragile in that region. This is part of why the Thalmor, the High Elf faction in Skyrim, have such a long-term political agenda. There is a theory, largely based on out-of-game Kirkbride texts, but supported by various in-game hints, that the Thalmor's actual long-term goal is to deactivate all the towers, dissolve Mundus back into oblivion, and return the elves to the divine state they were in before Lorcan tricked them into creating the world. Their ban on Talos worship is part of this. Talos is somehow tied to the strength of the White Gold Tower, and if his worship dies out, the tower weakens. Their war against the Empire is part of this. Their treatment of the various other towers throughout history is part of this. They are, essentially, attempting to delete the universe, because they think they should not be in it. The heart of Lorcan, which we have mentioned several times now, deserves its own breakdown. The heart of Lorcan is the literal heart of the dead trickster god who tricked the other gods into making the world. After he was killed at the end of the Dawn era by Auriel with the help of Trinimac, his heart was attached to an arrow and shot into the sea, where it eventually fell into the part of the world that would become the Vardenfell region of Morrowind. Red Mountain, the volcano, formed around it. The heart is conscious, it laughs when it is attacked, and it is the source of the divine power that the Tribunal used to become gods. Kagrenak, the Dwemer high priest, was attempting to channel the heart's power when his entire race disappeared. Dagoth-Ur, the antagonist of Morrowind, was trying to do the same thing when you fight him. The player, at the end of Morrowind, breaks the enchantments on the heart, which causes the heart to leave the world, which deactivates Red Mountain as a tower and causes the volcano to erupt several years later in the cataclysmic event known as the Red Year, which is the reason most of the Dark Elf race has been displaced and is in Skyrim during the events of the 5th game. So basically, in the Elder Scrolls 3, you killed a god, destroyed an active reality stabilizing tower, and caused a continent-wide disaster that is still affecting the political situation of the entire continent 200 years later, and the game does not really tell you that at the time. You just sort of figure it out when you read Skyrim's quest journals and realize everyone is upset about Morrowind being a giant ash pile now. Anu and Padome are the original two principles of the universe, and depending on how you read the cosmology, they are either two beings, two forces, two brothers, or two abstract concepts. Anu is stasis, light, and order. Padome is change, dark, and chaos. In the beginning of everything, there was just these two, and the entire rest of the universe is the result of their interaction. The Aedra, the spirits who became gods and helped create the mortal world, descend mostly from Anu. The Daedra, the spirits who refused to participate, descend mostly from Padme. Lorcan, the trickster, is described in some texts as the firstborn of Padmai, which is part of why the conventional Aedric pantheon hates him, because he is essentially an outsider who convinced the order-aligned gods to do something deeply chaotic. In other texts, Anu and Padmai are not the originals at all, and Anu has a counterpart named Sithis, who is essentially Padmai's true essence, and Sithis is what the Dark Brotherhood worships when they call out the words, "Hail Sithis." Sithis is also acknowledged by the Hist trees as the original creator, which puts the Hist in the strange position of being on Team Padme theologically. The Elnofei are the original spirits who chose to stay on Nirn after the creation of Mundus. They are essentially the proto-mortals. When the world was being created, some of the Etada, the original spirits, agreed to participate in Lorcan's plan, and after their participation, they were too tired or too weakened to leave, so they stuck around on Nirn. The Aedra, the more powerful ones, eventually departed for Aetherius, the realm of magic. The lesser Etada, the Elnofei, stayed and eventually degraded into the ancestors of mortal races. The Elnofei then fought a war among themselves, with one faction, the Old Elnofei, becoming the ancestors of the elves, and another faction, the Wandering Elnofei, becoming the ancestors of men. So technically, every elf and every human on the planet is descended from the same group of bored, exhausted gods who couldn't be bothered to go home after a long workday. Aldmeris is the legendary lost homeland of the elves, an island or continent that allegedly existed before recorded history and from which the High Elves migrated to the Somerset Isles and the rest of Tamriel. The thing about Aldmeris is that there is essentially no evidence that it ever existed, except in elven mythology, and even the elves are not really sure where it was. Some sources suggest it was an entire continent that sank, like Yokuda. Others suggest it was a metaphor for the spiritual state of the elves before the creation of the world. Others suggest it was old Tamriel before the wandering Elnofei migrated there. The Direni Tower, which is also Adamantia, the first tower, is sometimes called the only remaining piece of Aldmeris, which would put the homeland of the elves under the modern High Rock, which is now ruled by humans. The elves do not like to discuss this. Convention was the meeting at the top of Adamantine Tower where the original spirits decided what to do about Lorcan. After Lorcan tricked the others into creating Mundus, and after they realized that they were now stuck in it and dying, they gathered at the top of the tower, decided that Lorcan was responsible, and elected to execute him. Trinimach reached into Lorcan's chest and tore out his heart. Auriel attached it to an arrow and shot it across the sky into what would become Vardenfell, and Lorcan's body was hung in the sky as the moons. The remaining gods then either left for Aetherius or stayed behind to become the Elnofei. This is the founding myth of the entire setting, and it is the event that all subsequent theology is essentially trying to make sense of. The Arbis is the term for everything that exists. It includes Mundus, the mortal world, which is the central plane, Oblivion, which is the realms of the Daedric princes that surround it, Aetherius, which is the realm of the stars beyond, and various weirder places, including the Void, the Far Shores, the Dreamsleeve, and the realm of the dead. The Orbis is shaped in some descriptions like a wheel or like a tower, depending on the perspective. The famous line from Vivek is, "When seen from the inside, the Arbis is a wheel, but when seen from the side, it is a tower," an I, the first word. And the entire metaphysics of the Elder Scrolls is built around this central image. The wheel, when sliced down the middle, becomes a tower. The tower is the eye. The eye is what Lorcan saw when he stood at the edge of everything and realized he existed. The Aedra and the Daedra are, in some interpretations, just two perspectives on the same underlying group of spirits. The word Aedra means our ancestors in the Old Elven tongue. The word Daedra means not our ancestors. The Aedra agreed to participate in creation, sacrificed pieces of themselves to do it, and are now weakened. The Daedra did not participate, kept all their power, and are now significantly more dangerous than the Aedra. But the Daedra also did not create anything, and they cannot create, only manipulate, which is why the Daedric realms are described as eternal but sterile. The Aedra are the gods of birth, growth, and death. The Daedra are the gods of unchanging eternal forces. Lorcan, somewhere in between, is the missing god, the one who is neither Aedra nor Daedra, but who created Mundus, the place where mortals live, the place where things can actually change. Now we are getting to one of the most contested lore reveals in the entire series, which is the true identity of Talos. The popular history says that Tiber Septim was a Nord general from Atmora who came to Tamriel, served under the would-be emperor Culecain, distinguished himself as a brilliant tactician, eventually succeeded Culecain after the latter's mysterious assassination, and went on to conquer the rest of the continent. Upon his death, he was elevated to godhood and added to the 9 divines. That is the version every imperial child grows up with. The actual lore, especially if you read a text called the Arcturian Heresy, written by an in-universe author named Wulfhart Ashking, and also the various commentaries Michael Kirkbride has posted online, paints a significantly more complicated picture. According to these sources, Tiber Septim was not one person at all, he was 3 people, or one person being assisted and shaped by 2 others, depending on how you count it. The 3 were Hjalti Earlybeard, who was a Breton or Nord general, the actual mortal man who would later be called Tiber Septim, Wulfhart Ashking himself, who was the resurrected spirit of an ancient Nordic king and the one who taught Hjalti how to use the Thu'um, and Zurin Arctus, who was the imperial battle mage that helped Hjalti politically and who eventually built the Mantella, the artificial heart that powered the Numidium after the original Heart of Lorcan was no longer available. According to this reading, Tiber Septim, the figure, was essentially a brand, a fictional emperor constructed by the 3 of them to give imperial subjects a single figurehead to rally behind. Hjalti was the body and the public face. Wulfharth provided the divine strength and the storm magic, and Zurin Arctus provided the political and magical infrastructure that kept the empire running. The thing that makes this story even more complicated is what happened during the conquest of Morrowind. The Tribunal of Morrowind, faced with the inevitability of being conquered by the Empire, offered Tiber Septim the Numidium in exchange for autonomy. They had been keeping the deactivated brass god since the Battle of Red Mountain, sitting on it as a kind of insurance policy. Tiber Septim accepted. The Numidium was brought to Cyrodiil, and now they had a working giant brass robot, but no power source. The Heart of Lorcan was still in Red Mountain, attached to the Tribunal and not available, so Zurin Arctus built the Mantella, a powerful soul gem that could substitute for the heart. The question is, what soul was used to power it? According to the Arcturian Heresy, Tiber lured Wulfhart into a trap, soul-trapped him, and used Wulfhart's soul, along with Zurin's, to power the Mantella. The Mantella, the heart of the brass god, was therefore made of both the Underking and the Imperial Battle Mage at the same time, both furious at being betrayed by their friend. This sets up the rest of the conflict. After Tiber Septim used the Numidium to crush Somerset and unify Tamriel, the Underking, now a free-floating spirit again because the Mantella was inside the Numidium, fought back against his former master. The Underking eventually destroyed the original Numidium, breaking the Mantella in the process and ending the first Numidium's reign. Zurin Arctus, also trapped in the Mantella, eventually went off to do his own thing, and the Mantella was lost. Centuries later, in the Elder Scrolls II, Daggerfall, the Mantella was recovered, a new totem of Tiber Septim was made, the Numidium was reassembled, and the warp in the west happened. So the entire chaos of Daggerfall is essentially the consequence of a betrayal that happened 500 years earlier in the lore. Tiber Septim achieving Kim is one of the most debated points in the entire mythology. The main piece of evidence is a passage in a Kirkbride text called From the Many-Headed Talos, which describes Talos speaking the words, "I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land, which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you." The words "breathe now in royalty" are essentially a direct reference to Kim, which is the secret syllable of royalty. The thing he is reshaping is Cyrodiil, which is canonically described in the first pocket guide to the Empire as a tropical jungle, but which is, by the time you get to Oblivion, a temperate European-style forest. The accepted explanation is that Talos used Kim to literally rewrite the climate of Cyrodiil after he conquered it, which is why all the in-game evidence of the original jungle is missing despite the textual confirmation of it having existed. This is also why Heimskr, the street preacher in Whiterun, recites that exact text in Skyrim, because Heimskr is reciting actual canon from the original Talos was Lorkhan tradition. The full theological reading, the one that ties everything together, is that Tiber Septim achieved Kim through a process called mantling. Mantling is a different metaphysical concept from Kim, but related to it, and we need to talk about it. Mantling, in Elder Scrolls metaphysics, is the process by which a being can take over the role of another being, particularly a god. The classic example is what happened with Sheogorath. The hero of Kuwatch did not become Sheogorath in the traditional sense. They mantled Sheogorath. They walked in his footsteps so completely that they became him, and the previous Sheogorath was freed from the role. Mantling is described as the principle that the imitation of an action eventually becomes that action, or more poetically, walking the path of a god long enough that you become the god. The way Tiber Septim became Talos, according to certain readings, is that he mantled Lorkhan. He walked the path of the missing god so completely that he became the missing god, returned and now ruling. This is why some of the deeper texts call Talos the second coming of Lorkhan. Lorkhan was killed by Auriel and Trinimec during convention. His body became the moon's. His heart became the heart of Lorkhan, hidden in Red Mountain. His soul became the missing god, the patron of mortals, who incarnates as the Shazarines throughout history. And then Tiber Septim, by uniting the continent, by being aided by a dragonborn and a battle mage who were both partial Shazarians themselves, by reshaping Cyrodiil with words that echo Kim, mantled Lorkhan completely and became Talos. The Thalmor know all of this. The Thalmor's deepest theological position is that Talos is essentially the resurrected Lorkhan, the patron of mortals who must be unworshipped so that the towers can be deactivated and the elves can return to their pre-creation state. This is, in their view, the entire purpose of their political agenda. They are not racist, they are not power-hungry, they are theologically convinced that Talos is keeping them trapped in a flawed creation. The Walking Ways are a Kirkbride concept that catalogs the various paths to godhood available in the Elder Scrolls universe. There are at least 7 of them, possibly 8, depending on whether you count Amaranth, and each one is a different mechanism for a being to break out of mortality. They include Kim, which we have talked about. They include mantling, which we have also talked about. They include the use of the Heart of Lorkhan, which is how the Tribunal ascended. They include the use of a tower, which is what the Dwemer were trying with the Numidium. They include the Sigic Endeavor, which is the Veloti spiritual practice of escape from the wheel through love. They include alchemy and tonal architecture, which are the Dwemer scientific approaches. They include the enantiomorph, which we will get to. And they include the Amaranth, which is the deepest one in the whole Iceberg, and which we will save for the bottom. The enantiomorph is a Kirkbride concept that comes up a lot in the deeper lore. An enantiomorph is a magical event involving 3 beings, who play the roles of the king, the rebel, and the observer. The king and the rebel are at its core opposite expressions of the same archetype, and through a struggle they merge into a single being, with the observer often losing an eye, going blind, or otherwise being damaged in the process. The classic example is the conflict between Lorkhan and Auriel, with Magnus as the observer. Magnus, who is the god of magic, is the third party, the one who fled from the creation of Mundus, and his fleeing is described as a hole in the sky through which magic enters the world. The sun is a hole in the sky, made by Magnus when he left, and the stars are holes made by the Magnage, the lesser spirits who left with him. The original enantiomorph at the end of the Dawn era, between Anu and Padome, or Anu and Lorcan, or Auriel and Lorcan, depending on which version you read, is the founding event of the universe, and many subsequent events echo it. The Tiber Septim, Wulfheart, Zurin Arctus story is itself an enantiomorph. Tiber, the king, and Wulfheart, the rebel, are two aspects of the same Shazarine archetype. Zurin Arctus is the observer. At the moment of betrayal, when Wulfheart is soul-trapped and his power is fused into the Montella, the king and the rebel merge, and Zurin is wounded, losing his mortality in the process and becoming the Underking. After this point, Tiber Septim is no longer just Hjalti, he is also Wulfheart, because their souls are partially merged. This is what allows him to mantle Lorcan. He has eaten the Shazarin, just like Boetia ate Trinimac, and is now the carrier of Shazar's role. The Magnaga are the gods who left Mundus through the holes in the sky when Magnus fled. They are technically Aedra because they participated in the creation, but they are also distinct from the standard Aedric pantheon because they realized they were trapped and fought their way out. The Magnage include figures like Mara, who is also worshipped as a divine, and various more obscure entities. The reason the stars look the way they look is that each star is supposedly the puncture point of a Magnage as they escaped Aetherius and went somewhere else. There are also various Magnage who did not leave Aetherius but stayed there, where they exist as a strange parallel pantheon to the regular Aedra. Manimarco worshipped the necromancer's moon, which is a Magnage figure called Manimarco himself in his god form. The Daedric princes were never gods of the original creation. They are the Aetada, who refused to participate in the formation of Mundus, who saw Lorcan's plan and said no thanks, and who kept all their original power as a result. This is why they are stronger than the Aedra. The Aedra spend themselves making the world. The Daedra kept their batteries fully charged. The Daedra's realms in Oblivion are eternal and unchanging because the Daedra cannot truly create, only manipulate. Their realms are reflections of their natures, not products of creation. Mehrunes, Dagon's Deadlands are an endless landscape of fire and destruction, because that is what Dagon is. Sheogorath's Shivering Isles are a realm of madness, because that is what Sheogorath is. The Daedric princes cannot grow, cannot change, cannot truly die, and cannot reproduce. They are stuck being what they are forever, which is why Daedric princes are so interested in mortals. Mortals can do things Daedra cannot. Mortals can create, can change, can grow, can die, and can ascend. The reason a Daedric prince like Boetia is constantly running schemes through her mortal followers, the reason Molagbal is forever trying to extend his influence into Nirn, the reason Hermaeus Mora collects mortal knowledge so obsessively, is that mortals are the active component of the universe that the Daedra cannot replicate. There is even a theory, supported by certain in-game and out-of-game texts, that the Daedric princes are aware of Kim and of the higher metaphysical truths, but cannot achieve them themselves because they are not mortal. They can know the dream is a dream, but they cannot wake up from it because they were not part of the dream's creation. The Hidden Heaven is a place described in the 33rd sermon of Vivek, where Lorcan dwells as the Void Ghost. It is also called the Scaled Blanket, and it is described as being made of not stars, which is the kind of phrase the 36 Lessons of Vivek is full of. The Hidden Heaven is essentially the negative space of Aetherius, the place where Lorcan lives after his death, and it is from there that he sends out the Shazarines and watches over the mortal world he tricked the other gods into making. In the 33rd sermon, Vivek's child Lyrock travels to the Hidden Heaven to bargain for powers meant only for ruling kings, which is essentially a coded way of saying Lyrock was trying to learn Kim from Lorcan himself. The 36 Lessons of Vivek is the central religious text of the Tribunal Temple of Morrowind, and it is also the deepest and most impenetrable piece of writing in the entire Elder Scrolls universe. It was written in universe by Vivek himself, ostensibly as a memoir of his transformation from mortal to god, but it is structured as a series of riddles, parables, and metaphysical lectures, and almost none of it makes sense on a first read. The lessons described Vivek's mother, who was a sleeping fish, his father, who was a star king of the Chimer, his birth from a sword, his teaching by Boethia, his lovemaking with Molakbal, which produced 80-something children, his time as the warrior Hortator alongside Nerevar, his eventual transformation into a god king of Morrowind, and his attainment of Kim. The text is full of jokes about video game mechanics, including references to cutting sleep holes to access menu screens, the edges of the map where the water becomes pointed because of a graphical glitch in the previous game, and various other meta references. The God King of a fictional religion is in the text of the religion's holy book, making jokes about glitches in the previous video game he appeared in. That is the layer of self-awareness we are dealing with. The thing about the 36 lessons is that almost every line of it is theological dynamite if you sit and read it carefully. The line that opens the entire text is, "And then is heard the Hortator, hearing the words of Boethia, the prince of plots, and they may be repeated here." And the way Vivek speaks throughout the entire text is in a kind of riddle form, where every phrase is meant to be parsed multiple times and yield different meanings on each parse. There are dozens of essays online by lore fans attempting to decode specific sermons. The Metaphysics of Morrowind blog series, which is widely considered the gold standard, takes the position that most of the apparent jokes in the lessons are not actually jokes, but are coded references to the metaphysics of the universe. Reading the lessons properly is something most lore fans never actually do, because they are extremely long, extremely difficult, and most of the time you can get the gist by reading other people's analyses. Vivek, by the way, is one of the most fascinating characters in the entire series, and his arc is genuinely tragic if you understand it properly. He started as a mortal Chimer named Vek, who was orphaned at a young age, was taken in by Boethia and trained as a mystic, became one of the 3 advisors of the great Chimer warlord Nerevar, helped lead the Chimer in their wars against the Dwemer, and then, with his 2 co-advisors, Almalexia and Sotha Sil, used the heart of Lorkhan to elevate themselves to godhood after Nerevar's death. The exact circumstances of Nerevar's death are contested. The tribunal's official version is that Nerevar was killed in battle. The actual version, as revealed in Morrowind, is that the tribunal killed Nerevar themselves, after Nerevar swore to Azura that they would not use the tools to ascend in order to ascend anyway. This is the original sin of the tribunal, and it is the reason Azura, the Daedric prince who had been the patron of the Chimer, cursed the entire race, transforming them from the golden-skinned Chimer into the ash-skinned, red-eyed Dunmer, the Dark Elves. So the entire Dark Elf race exists because 3 of their advisors murdered their leader to become gods. Vivek's relationship with his own divinity is the central tragedy. He knew the whole story. He knew he had betrayed Nerevar. He knew the tribunal's power was stolen from a god they had no right to. He knew that Dagoth-Ur, who had survived the battle and gone into hiding under Red Mountain, was now also tapping the heart and getting stronger. He knew that the prophecy of the Nerevarine, the reincarnation of Nerevar, was coming for him, and yet he wrote the 36 lessons, which are simultaneously a confession, a justification, a theological exercise, and an absolute riddle. The character of Vivek is essentially what would happen if a god king had spent thousands of years thinking about his own mistakes and decided to write a book that could be read either as repentance or as celebration. He is both at once. Sotha Sil, the 3rd member of the tribunal, is the inventor, the scientist, the philosopher. He retreated into Clockwork City, his own personal pocket dimension built entirely of brass and gears, and spent thousands of years building a clockwork model of Mundus, which he was secretly attempting to use to gradually replace the real universe with his own engineered version. His goal, allegedly, was to fix the universe, to eliminate suffering, to remove the influence of the Daedra, and to create a stable, controlled reality. He is the closest the Elder Scrolls has to a transhumanist character. He was assassinated during the Elder Scrolls III Tribunal, the expansion to Morrowind, by Almalexia, who had gone insane after losing her divinity and decided to murder her co-tribunal members and frame the player. So the third tribunal member died because the second tribunal member went insane and stabbed him. Almalexia, the second member, is the Queen Mother. She was Nerevar's wife, allegedly, although some sources say she was actually his sister, or both, and she ascended to godhood alongside Vivek and Sotasil. As the tribunal's power started to fade due to Dagoth tapping the heart, Almalexia's grip on reality slipped, and by the time of tribunal, she was completely insane. She tried to manipulate the player into killing Sotasil and then killing the player as well, presumably to use her last spark of divine power for one final act of dominance. The player kills her at the end of the expansion, and her body is, in the words of one in-game text, just an old corpse on a marble floor. The Tribunal Temple, which had spent thousands of years celebrating Almalexia's mercy, was retroactively founded on a lie, and by the events of Skyrim, the entire religion has been replaced by the worship of the original Daedric patrons of the Chimer, the so-called Reclamations. The Reclamations are Azura, Boethia, and Mephala, the three good Daedra of the original Velothi pantheon, the patrons of the Chimer before they ever encountered the Tribunal. After the Tribunal's fall, the Dark Elves returned to worshipping these three Daedric princes, treating them as the proper gods of the Dunmer. So, the religion of an entire race went from worshipping their leaders, murderers, as gods, to worshipping the demonic forces who originally led them out of the Elven mainland in the first place, to worshipping nothing at all by the time of Skyrim, because Vivek disappeared and Morrowind was destroyed by a volcano. The Dark Elves have had three different state religions in the course of the lore, and they have, in the time frame of the games, at its core, changed their faith twice. Real-world religions have not survived as much theological whiplash as the Dark Elves have. The Maruhkati Selectives, who we touched on briefly when discussing the Middle Dawn, deserve a deeper look. The Selectives were a fanatical sect within the Alessian Order, which was a monotheistic religious organization that ruled Cyrodiil for most of the First Era. The Alessian Order was founded by a prophet named Maruh, an ape man, who preached against the worship of elven gods and demanded that the human pantheon be purified of elven influence. The Alessians took control of the empire and ruled it for nearly 1,000 years, during which time they instituted brutal religious oppression, banned a lot of magical and cultural practices, and were generally considered horrible. The Selectives were the most extreme wing of this order, and their specific obsession was Akatosh. Akatosh, as we covered, was a hybrid of Auriel and Shor created by Alessia as a political compromise. The Selectives believed this was a profanation, that the elven half of Akatosh was a pollution that needed to be removed. So they performed a ritual, using the secret knowledge of their leader, Fervidius Starn, and the manipulation of the Arbais through magical means to try to literally remove the elven aspect of Akatosh through a kind of theological surgery. The ritual worked in the sense that something happened, but what happened was the Middle Dawn, a dragon break that lasted around 1,008 years. During this time, every account of events contradicts every other account. Cyrodiil became an egg, or a hollow tower, or an empire across the stars, or a galaxy. The Khajiit, who were watching from outside the dragon break because they were using moon sugar, recorded various conflicting events. 8 stars fell from the sky. The Arbis essentially malfunctioned for a millennium. When the Middle Dawn finally resolved, the elven aspects of Akatosh had not been removed at all, and the Alessians were eventually overthrown 100 years later in the War of Righteousness. The Selectives themselves either dissolved or went underground, but the lasting effect of the Middle Dawn is that nobody in the Empire can really agree on the history of the First Era, because all the records from that period are essentially garbage, and the date system Tamriel uses today is partially based on guesses about how long the Middle Dawn actually lasted. This is part of why the in-game books contradict each other so much. The Middle Dawn ate the records. Mankar Camoran, the main villain of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, deserves a brief mention because he is a representative of one of the weirder theological positions in the lore. Munkar Camoran is the leader of the Mythic Dawn, the cult that summons Mehrunes Dagon to invade Tamriel, and his entire theology is based on the idea that the world is hell, that the Aedra are demons who imprison mortals here, and that the Daedra, particularly Mehrunes Dagon, are the true liberators who are trying to free everyone by destroying the world. His holy text is called the Mysterium Xarxus, which is a kind of perverse parody of the more legitimate religious texts in the universe, and it contains, among other things, paradisical descriptions of Mehrunes Dagon's realm, the Deadlands, that suggest Munkar Camoran has been brainwashed into seeing the place of endless fire and torment as a beautiful garden. He is, in essence, what happens when someone takes the metaphysics of the Elder Scrolls seriously enough to want to liberate everyone from the prison of reality, but who lands on the wrong god as the liberator. The Mythic Dawn commentaries, written by Munkar Camoran, contain some of the actual canonical references to Kim. They describe Kim as a state achievable through Mehrunes Dagon's path of destruction, which is a different reading than Vivek's path of love or Tiber Septim's path of conquest. The commentaries also contain references to Lorkhan, to the imprisonment of mortals, to the various walking ways, and to a number of metaphysical concepts that the rest of the lore plays with. Munkar Camoran was, philosophically, not entirely wrong about the structure of reality. He was wrong about who to side with, and he was wrong that destruction was a path to liberation. But the universe he describes is, broadly, the same universe that Vivek and Kirkbride and the deeper lore writers describe. The Numidium has been activated 4 times in known history. The first time was by Kagrenac and the Dwemer at the Battle of Red Mountain, which caused a dragon break that erased the Dwemer from existence. The second time was by Tiber Septim, using the Mantella as a substitute power source, which caused the dragon break that legitimized his empire. The third time was at the end of Daggerfall, which caused the warp in the west. There may have been a fourth time, attempted by Dagoth Ur in his pocket dimension under Red Mountain, where he was building a second Numidium called Akulakan to use against the Empire. The Akulakan was destroyed by the player at the end of Morrowind. The original Numidium, as far as anyone knows, was permanently destroyed during the warp in the west, but given that this is a Dragon Break artifact, who really knows? The Brass Tower, which is the Numidium itself, is a unique kind of tower in that it is mobile. The other towers are physical structures rooted in a specific place. The Brass Tower walks. Its stone is the Heart of Lorkhan, originally, although when Tiber Septim got it, he replaced the stone with the Mantella. This is significant because the Heart of Lorkhan is the first stone, the foundational stone of all the other towers, and the Numidium having access to it is part of why the Numidium is so dangerous. Every time it activates, it is essentially asserting a competing tower of reality next to all the others, and that is what causes the dragon breaks. The Numidium is, in a metaphysical sense, a portable god engine designed to override local reality with its operator's will. Akulakan, the second Numidium that Dagoth Ur was building, was the same idea, but for the Dark Elves. Dagoth Ur had been hiding under Red Mountain since the Battle of Red Mountain, slowly recovering from his apparent death and using the Heart of Lorkhan to grow his own divine power. By the events of Morrowind, he was preparing to launch Akulakan, finish what Kagrenac had started, and ascend the Dark Elves to godhood, in the same way the Tribunal had. The player, by destroying Akulakan and severing Dagoth Ur from the Heart of Lorkhan, prevents this and also accidentally weakens the heart enough that it leaves the world, deactivates Red Mountain as a tower, and sets up the Red Year, the volcanic eruption that destroys Morrowind 2 centuries later. The Hist deeper lore is much weirder than their surface presentation. The Hist are described in the Anuad, the creation myth of the Khajiit and others, as having been from a different Kalpa, a previous iteration of the universe that ended before this one began. A Kalpa, in Elder Scrolls cosmology, is a complete cycle of creation. At the end of each Kalpa, the World Eater, who in the current Kalpa is Alduin, eats everything, and a new Kalpa begins. The Hist supposedly escaped from a previous Kalpa, slipped into this one during the transition, and are therefore older than this universe. Their entire purpose, as best anyone can tell, is to maintain themselves through the transitions between Kalpas, which is why they manipulate their Argonian servants so closely. The Argonians are the Hist's contingency plan. If the Hist are destroyed, the Argonians can carry their spores into the next universe. The Hist are not really plants. They are interdimensional survivors, and Blackmarsh is their refuge. The Argonians being created by the Hist means that they are, in a core sense, not really mortals in the same way the other races are. When an Argonian egg is laid, the Hist decide what kind of Argonian will emerge based on what the marsh needs at that moment. A warrior Argonian, a scholar Argonian, an Argonian with specialized biology, all are products of the Hist sap that the egg is exposed to. This is part of why Argonians can do things other races cannot, like breathe underwater or resist disease, and it is part of why the Dark Elves enslaving Argonians for millennia is treated with such horror in the lore. The Argonians are not just people, they are the limbs of an interdimensional fungus, and enslaving them is essentially enslaving the limbs of a being that does not really differentiate between its various parts. When the Hist decide to rebel, as they did during the Oblivion Crisis, every Argonian everywhere is essentially called home and weaponized, which is what allowed Blackmarsh to repel the Daedric invasion almost entirely on its own. The Nahatan flu, the plague that devastated the Second Era, is widely theorized to have been engineered by the Hist as biological warfare against the various races that had been oppressing the Argonians. The plague specifically did not affect Argonians, killed pretty much everyone else, wiped out entire smaller races like the Kotringi and the Lilmotit, and reshaped the demographics of Tamriel. The official line is that the cause of the Knahaten flu is unknown, but the timing and the pattern strongly suggest it was a Hist project. The reason this is significant is that the Hist were demonstrating that they can, if they choose to, kill nearly every other race on the continent. They generally choose not to. But the option is on the table, and a few of the more aggressive histories have apparently used it. Sithis, the formless void that the Dark Brotherhood worships, is one of the strangest entities in the lore. Sithis is described as both nothing and everything, as the source of all change, as the principle of Padomai distilled to its essence. The Dark Brotherhood is the Assassin's Guild in the Elder Scrolls games, and they kill in the name of Sithis, sending the souls of their victims to the void as offerings. The Dreadfather, as Sithis is sometimes called, is essentially personified entropy. The Hist acknowledge Sithis as the original creator. The Dark Elves treat Sithis as the consort of Mephala. The Khajiit call Sithis Lorkaj sometimes, conflating the void itself with the missing god. The Sithis-shaped hole that exists in Mundus, which is described in some texts, is the gap where Lorkhan's body would be if he were not dead. Sithis is, depending on how you read it, the absence at the center of everything, the active principle that allows anything to change, and the eventual destination of all souls. The Sithis-shaped hole is also, according to some readings, the explanation for why Sheogorath exists. When Lorkhan was killed and his heart removed, there was a hole left in the universe. The hole was filled by various Daedric princes in various ways, but one of them, Sheogorath, is essentially the personified madness that filled the wound. Sheogorath is the consequence of Lorkhan's absence. This is also why, in some sources, Sheogorath is described as having been around before he was Jiggalag. The Sheogorath-shaped hole was there from the beginning, and Jiggalag was just the most recent prince to fill it. When the hero of Kuwach became the new Sheogorath, they were inheriting an extremely ancient position. Mephala, the Daedric prince of plots, secrets, and the spider, is the secret co-conspirator behind a lot of the deeper lore. She is one of the 3 reclamations of the Dark Elves. She is one of the founders of the Velothi Exodus that became the Chimer. She helped Boethia transform Trinimec into Malakath. She is the patron of the Morag Tong, the legal assassins guild of Morrowind. She is, in essence, the Daedra of everything that happens behind closed doors and through whispers. Her sphere is described as the unforeseen consequences of action, and she is, in some readings, the closest thing the lore has to a true antagonist behind the scenes. Many of the events of the games have her fingerprints on them, even when she is not named directly. The Morag Tong, by the way, is the legal assassins guild in Morrowind, in contrast to the Dark Brotherhood, which is illegal. The Morag Tong exists because in Dark Elf culture, ritualized assassination is a sanctioned form of political action, and there is an entire bureaucratic system around obtaining writs of execution from the Morag Tong to legally murder political rivals. The Dark Brotherhood is a splinter group that broke off from the Morag Tong, abandoned the religious justification, and started killing anyone for money, which is why the Morag Tong looks down on them. The Morag Tong worships Mephala. The Dark Brotherhood worships Sithis. The schism between them is essentially a theological dispute about whether assassination is a religious act or a secular service, and both organizations have continued to operate in parallel for thousands of years. Tonal architecture is the Dwemer scientific approach to magic, and it is what Kagrenak was using when he struck the heart of Lorkhan. The Dwemer did not believe in gods. They were essentially atheists in a universe where the gods walk around and can be talked to. Their position was that the apparent gods were just very powerful beings who could be analyzed, measured, and replicated through sufficient technology. Tonal architecture is the manipulation of reality through specific frequencies of sound, the use of which can shape matter, transmit energy, and even alter consciousness. Kagrenak's tools, Sunder and Keening and Wraithguard, are tonal instruments. Sunder is a tuning fork. Keening is a wedge that creates a specific dissonance. Wraithguard is a glove that protects the user from being unmade by the resulting vibrations. Together, they are essentially a divine sound system, designed to play the heart of Lorkhan like an instrument and extract its power. The Dwemer thought of godhood as an engineering problem, and they nearly solved it before they vanished. This is why some readings of the Dwemer disappearance suggest they did not fail at all. They succeeded. They were attempting to use the heart to power the Numidium, to transcend the mortal condition, and to escape from Mundus into something better. The disappearance is sometimes described as them ascending all at once, leaving the corpse shells of their bodies behind in their underground cities. The Yagrum Bagarn explanation, that he was in a different plane of oblivion when it happened, suggests that being away from Nirn at the moment of the activation is the only thing that kept him from being part of whatever happened. If you take this reading, then the entire Dwemer race is currently somewhere outside the universe, in a state of post-mortal existence, watching what is happening on Nirn from somewhere we cannot detect them. They are not gone, they are just upstairs. The other major theory about the Dwemer is that they failed at Kim and were zero-summed. Zero-summed, as we mentioned, means erased so completely from existence that they never existed at all. The problem with this theory is that the Dwemer left behind ruins, automatons, Yagrum Bagarn, ghosts that still occasionally manifest in their cities, and a metric ton of cultural detritus. If they had been zero-summed, none of that would still be here. So either they ascended, or they were transported, or they were absorbed by the Numidium, or they are somehow in a state of suspended existence tied to the Numidium and the Kulahan, with their souls reappearing whenever the Numidium is active and disappearing again when it is not. The theory that they are bound to the Numidium would explain why their ghosts appeared in Morrowind, while Dagoth-Ur was building Akulahan, and not before that time. The Dreamsleeve is another piece of cosmology that gets mentioned in the deeper lore. The Dreamsleeve is essentially the spiritual recycling system of Mundus. When a mortal dies, if they do not go to one of the Daedric realms, or one of the Aetherius afterlives, their soul goes to the Dreamsleeve to be cleaned, processed, and eventually reincarnated. The Dreamsleeve is not really a place, it is a process, although it does seem to have some spatial properties. The ancestor moth cult of the Imperials and the Reachman ancestor worship of the Reachmen both seem to be ways of accessing souls in the Dreamsleeve. Memospores, which are described in some Kirkbride texts, are essentially packages of memory that can be transmitted through the Dreamsleeve to convey information across time and space. The Hist appear to have their own localized version of the Dreamsleeve, the Root Network, which is why Argonian souls do not go to the standard Aetherius afterlife but back to the Hist. The apocryphal realm of Hermaeus Mora, which we visit in the Dragonborn expansion of Skyrim, is essentially an infinite library of forbidden knowledge, made of black books and chains, and a single tower at the center. Hermaeus Mora is the Daedra of forbidden knowledge, and his realm is where every secret that has ever been hidden ends up, including, allegedly, copies of the Elder Scrolls themselves. The black books that you find in the Dragonborn expansion are essentially fragments of apocrypha that have leaked into Tamriel, and reading them transports you temporarily into the realm. Hermaeus Mora is the Daedra most directly involved with the player character across the most games, because he is the one always offering knowledge in exchange for service, and the player is always taking him up on the deal. Miraak, the antagonist of the Dragonborn expansion, was the first Dragonborn, predating Tiber Septim and even the Akaviri Dragon Guard. He served the dragons during the Dragon Cult era, then betrayed them, made a deal with Hermaeus Mora, and was exiled to Solstheim for thousands of years until the player encounters him. Miraak is, in some ways, a darker mirror of the player. He is what the Dragonborn becomes if the Dragonborn decides that the price of power is worth paying any price for. The player kills him, partially, by stabbing him in front of his own Daedric patron, who allows it because Hermaeus Mora has grown tired of Miraak and finds the player more interesting. Hermaeus Mora is essentially playing both sides, has been the whole time, and continues to be after the player kills Miraak. The player is now Hermaeus Mora's new favorite, and the next Dragonborn will likely have to deal with the consequences of that arrangement. The Daedric princes are roughly divided into two groups by the Dark Elves, the Good Daedra, and the House of Troubles. The Good Daedra are Boethia, Azura, and Mephala, who patronized the original Velothi Exodus, and are now the Reclamations. The House of Troubles are Myrun's Dagon, Molagbal, Malakat, and Sheogorath, who are the four corners of trouble for the Dark Elves and are essentially treated as adversaries to be propitiated rather than worshipped. The remaining Daedric princes do not fit neatly into either category and are dealt with on a case-by-case basis. This is a particularly Dark Elf perspective, and other races have their own taxonomies of the Daedra. The Orcs, for example, treat Malakath as their patron and Boethia as an adversary, the exact opposite of the Dark Elf view. The Daedric princes are also said to have a hierarchy, although this is contested. Some sources rank them by power, some by sphere of influence, some by alliances. The most commonly cited rankings put Molagbal, Myrun's Dagon, and Boethia near the top in terms of raw power, with Sheogorath sometimes rated as more dangerous due to his unpredictability, and Hermaeus Mora rated as the most knowledgeable. Nocturnal is sometimes called the Queen of all Daedra because she is the oldest, the most at its core aligned with the Void, and the patron of all thieves and luck. The actual hierarchy probably depends on what you are doing and who is paying attention. Myrun's Dagon, by the way, has tried to invade Tamriel at least 3 times. The first was during the Wild Hunt era. The second was during the events of Battlespire, the spin-off game that almost nobody played. The third was during the Oblivion Crisis at the end of the Third Era, the events of The Elder Scrolls IV. Each time he has tried, he has been beaten back, although each time has been more costly than the last. The Oblivion Crisis was the closest he has ever come, and he only failed because Martin Septim sacrificed himself, broke the Amulet of Kings, and summoned the Avatar of Akatosh to physically grab Myrun's Dagon and throw him out of Cyrodiil. So the actual ending of The Elder Scrolls IV involves a dragon god of time grabbing a Daedric prince and yeeting him back to his own plane of existence. That is the canonical ending. The Amulet of Kings, which is destroyed at the end of Oblivion, was the artifact that bound the Septim dynasty to Akatosh and that allowed the Septim emperors to maintain the dragon fires, the magical barrier that prevented Daedric invasion of Mundus. When the amulet was destroyed, the dragon fires went out, and the long-term consequence is that Tamriel is now perpetually vulnerable to Daedric invasion in a way it had not been since before the founding of the Empire. This is part of the political instability of the Fourth Era. The protection that the Septim dynasty had provided for centuries is gone, no successor dynasty has replaced it, and the Daedric princes are now able to project themselves into Mundus more easily than before. Martin Septim's sacrifice is also one of the more interesting moments in the lore, because of what it implies about mantling and Kim. By breaking the Amulet of Kings and merging with the soul of Akatosh, Martin essentially performed the inverse of what Tiber Septim did. Tiber mantled Lorkhan, the missing god of mortals, to become Talos. Martin mantled Akatosh, the dragon god of time, briefly enough to summon his avatar. The avatar then promptly turned to stone and is still standing in the imperial city as a statue. This is significant because it implies that mantling does not always make you into the god permanently. Martin's mantling was a one-time emergency action, after which he and the god both burned out and the human soul effectively died, leaving the god's body as a memorial. This is closer to what most religious traditions imagine apotheosis as a one-time merger rather than a permanent transformation, and it suggests that there are several different kinds of mantling available. The Last Dragonborn, the player character of Skyrim, has been the subject of intense lore debate about whether they have achieved or are on the path to achieving Kim. The arguments for include the fact that the Last Dragonborn can absorb the souls of dragons, which are essentially time elementals, which would put them in a position similar to other Kim Ascenders. The arguments against include the fact that the Last Dragonborn does not appear to have done anything particularly reality-bending that we have seen. The more interesting reading, and the one that fits with the broader lore patterns, is that the Last Dragonborn is the latest Shezareen, the latest incarnation of Lorkhan in mortal form, and that by killing Alduin the World Eater, they have ensured the continuation of this Kalpa beyond its natural end. Whether they ascend further depends on what the Elder Scrolls 6 decides to do with them, if anything. Alduin, the World Eater, is the central antagonist of Skyrim, and his role in the cosmology is significantly weirder than the game makes clear. Alduin is described as the firstborn of Akatosh, the god of time, and his job is to end this Kalpa so that the next one can begin. The conventional understanding of Kalpas is that they cycle. The world is eaten, a new world begins, and the process repeats. Alduin is supposed to be the eater, the one who consumes the world at the end of its time. But Alduin, at some point in the past, allegedly decided he was tired of just being the destroyer, and instead decided he wanted to rule the world he was supposed to eat. The Nords of ancient Skyrim, during the Dragon War, defeated Alduin not by killing him, because you cannot really kill the World Eater, but by sending him forward in time using an Elder Scroll. He arrived in the events of Skyrim, where the Last Dragonborn eventually defeated him. The thing is, Alduin is supposed to come back and eat the world. Killing him, theoretically, breaks the cycle of Kalpas and means this universe will not end as it is supposed to. What that means for the long term is unclear. Some readings suggest that the Last Dragonborn killing Alduin will simply force someone else, possibly Akatosh, to take over the role of World Eater. Other readings suggest that this Kalpa is now permanent, and that the universe will not transition to a new iteration as it is supposed to. Other readings suggest that the Last Dragonborn, by absorbing Alduin's soul along with all the others, has effectively become the new World Eater themselves, which would put them in a position to choose whether to end the world or not when the time comes. The Elder Scrolls 6 has been in development for several years now, and how this plays out, if at all, is one of the things lore fans are watching for. The Dragon War, which is the conflict the dragons in Skyrim are still echoes of, was the war between the ancient Nords and the dragon cult that ruled Skyrim before recorded history. The dragons were essentially the rulers of the world during the early Merethic era, with mortal races serving as their slaves and worshippers. The dragon priests, who you fight as the masked bosses in Skyrim, were the mortal lieutenants of the dragons, granted long life and significant power in exchange for serving as the dragon's enforcers. The Nords, led by figures like Iceberg and his 500 companions, rebelled against this rule, were nearly wiped out, fled to Atmora, came back with reinforcements, and eventually overthrew the dragon cult through a combination of military victory and the use of the Thu'um. The Thu'um, the dragon shout magic, was actually taught to humans by Parthernax, the dragon you meet near the end of Skyrim, who was Alduin's brother and who betrayed his own kind to help the mortals win. Paarthurnax has spent the thousands of years since hiding on top of the throat of the world in penance for his role in his own race's destruction. The tongues, the original Nordic masters of the Thuum, were essentially shouting wizards who could level mountains and split the sky with their voices. The first tongues were taught directly by Paarthurnax. The greatest tongue in history was Jürgen Windcaller, who, after the Nords lost a battle against the Akaviritzaishi, retreated to meditate on the nature of the voice and concluded that the Thuum should only be used to honor the gods, not in battle. He founded the Greybeards, the monastic order on the throat of the world, and the Greybeards have been pacifists ever since, much to the frustration of the rest of Nordic culture. Most Nords think the Greybeards are wasting an immense power, and most Greybeards think the rest of Nordic culture has missed the point. The Thuum itself, by the way, is not just shouting. The Thuum is a form of magic that channels the language of the dragons, which is the language of creation itself. To shout in the Thuum is to literally rewrite small portions of reality through linguistic force. The reason it requires extensive training is that mortals are not built to make their voices into world-changing weapons. The Greybeards' practice is essentially a meditative attempt to keep their voices from accidentally rewriting reality when they speak. A fully trained tongue can level mountains, change weather, and influence the souls of those who hear them. The last Dragonborn, who can absorb the souls of dragons and use them to learn shouts directly, bypasses all the normal training and is therefore considered both a blessing and a danger by the Greybeards. Pelinal Whitestrake, as a time-traveling cyborg, is one of the more bonkers pieces of deep lore. The Song of Pelinal, the in-game text, describes Pelinal as wearing star armor, having a chest with no heart but a red rage diamond, and being able to perform feats no other warrior could match. He also, allegedly, shouted out the name Reman Sirodil during a duel 1,000 years before Reman was born, which is the kind of inexplicable detail that lore writers like to leave in their texts. Michael Kirkbride, when asked directly in a Reddit AMA whether Pelinal is a cyborg robot from the future, gave an answer that essentially confirmed it, although in his usual indirect way. The implication is that Pelinal is something like a temporal autonomous combat construct sent back from a future point in time, possibly the Fifth Era, to fight in the slave rebellion and ensure that Alessia would succeed and the Empire would be founded. The reason this matters for the broader lore is that it implies the Elder Scrolls universe has the kind of metaphysical structure where future entities can send units back in time to influence the past, and where the past events of the lore are partially the result of these temporal interventions. The love letter from the Fifth Era, which we will get to in detail, was also sent backward in time from a future point. Memospores, the packages of memory we mentioned, can be transmitted across time. The Elder Scrolls themselves are time loop prophecies. Time, in the Elder Scrolls, is not actually a linear sequence of events. It is a malleable web that can be folded and rewritten by sufficient power, and Pelinal Whitestrake is one of the most visible manifestations of this principle. Kinmune is another time-displaced construct that Kirkbride has written about. Kinmune is essentially a science fiction robot girl from a far future point in the Elder Scrolls timeline, who comes back to take part in some unspecified events. She is described as having mechanical components similar to what Pelinal is described as having, and her existence is part of the larger pattern of future Tamriel interventions in the past. She is not in any of the main games, only in Kirkbride's writings, but she's one of the more concrete pieces of evidence that the universe is structured to allow for this kind of intervention. C0DA is a graphic novel that Kirkbride wrote and self-published, set thousands of years in the future, in which Vivek has become the father of the sky and is presiding over a final showdown between Akatosh and a new threat. The book is widely considered apocryphal, even by Kirkbride standards, and it has its own continuity that does not necessarily fit with the main games. The C0DA continuity includes things like a Dwemer named the Intellective, who is essentially the bionic god of a parallel universe, a marriage between Vivek and an alien princess, and the eventual death of Akatosh. It is essentially Kirkbride's playground for thinking through what the universe would look like millennia after the current games are set. Whether anything from C0DA is actually canon is debated. Some fans treat it as fully canonical, some treat it as Kirkbride's personal fanfiction, and the truth is probably somewhere in between, because Bethesda has not directly endorsed or rejected it. The famous line from C0DA, the one that lore fans quote when they want to assert that everything is canon and nothing is canon, is "No one can own the Elder Scrolls mythology. It is open source, lore should belong to everyone, not some corporation." Kirkbride's position is that the lore is too big and too important to be owned, and that fans who write good lore are participating in the same tradition as the official writers. Bethesda's position is, broadly speaking, that they own everything that is officially licensed and they will use what they want of the unlicensed material, but that none of it is binding. The compromise position that has emerged in the community is that there is a hierarchy of canonicity, with in-game text being the most canon, official novels being next, Kirkbride's licensed writings being third, his unlicensed writings being fourth, and good fan theories being fifth. The Tower Zero of Adamantine Tower is the original tower that established reality in the first place. When the Etada gathered at the convention, they did so at the top of Adamantia. The act of gathering on the tower, in some sense, created the tower, because Adamantia is in some readings the manifestation of the eye-shaped possibility that Lorcan saw at the edge of everything. The tower is the structure of selfhood within the universe, the spike of unassailable reality that allows things to exist as themselves, rather than dissolving into the chaos of pre-creation. Every other tower is an echo or reflection of Adamantia. The Direni Harm, the modern, small island where Adamantia stands, is the only piece of the original Aldmeris that survived the various transformations of geography that have happened since. The Doomcrag is a possibly tower in northern High Rock that was built by an elite colony in ancient times. It is associated with a vampire bloodline, the Grey Host, and various unpleasant historical events. Whether it counts as a true tower is contested. The Coral Tower of Thras was almost certainly a tower of some kind, built by the Slode, who are a race of giant intelligent slugs that live in a now destroyed island chain off the coast of Hammerfell. The Slode, by the way, are practitioners of necromancy on a scale that even Manimarco never approached, and they once unleashed the Thracian Plague that killed half of Tamriel before they were obliterated by the All Flags Navy, the only united naval action in Tamrielic history. The Slode are one of those races that fans love to bring up because they are so weird and so underexplored. They are giant, intelligent slugs who can use magic. They live on islands. They have no skeletons because they are slugs. They practice necromancy with corpses they harvest from across the seas. They are referenced in nearly every game, but appear in essentially none of them. The All Flags Navy was the response when, in the First Era, the Slode created a plague that wiped out an estimated half of the population of Tamriel. Every kingdom on the continent united for the only time in history to launch a naval invasion of the Slode's homeland, the islands of Thras, and to absolutely level the place. The Slode are still around, allegedly, but their power was permanently broken, and they have lurked in the lore as a background threat ever since. The Wandering Helnofey and the Old Helnofey are the two main factions of the original mortals after Convention. The Old Helnofey stayed on the original landmass of Aldmeris, and their descendants became the Elves. The Wandering Elnofey wandered, eventually settling in various places across the world, and their descendants became the humans. The war between the two groups was the original war that established the conflict between men and mer that runs through all of the lore. The reason there is a Tamriel today is partly that the Wandering Elnofey were chased out of Aldmeris and ended up in Tamriel, where they were eventually conquered or enslaved by the Old Elnofey, who had become the Aldmer, the High Elves. The Alessian Rebellion freed the humans from their elven masters and established the First Human Empire, which set up the eventual rise of Tiber Septim and the events of all the modern games. The Bretons, by the way, are the descendants of humans and elves who interbred during the elven rule of High Rock. They are technically the only mixed blood race in the canon, and their elven heritage is what gives them their natural magical aptitude. Bretons are also the most religiously diverse race in Tamriel, with various small cults and traditions specific to different regions. The famous saying is that the Bretons are the most civilized of the humans, because they got a head start by being half-elf, and that the elves consider them the most loathsome of the humans for the same reason. Akavir's various invasions of Tamriel deserve a more detailed look. The first Akaviri invasion was in the year 1290 of the First Era, when the Tsaiski attacked Skyrim and made it as far as the Geralt Mountains before being defeated by the combined forces of Skyrim, Cyrodiil, and Hammerfell. The second was in the year 2703 of the First Era, when the Tsaishi again invaded, this time with a more sophisticated plan, and were stopped at Pale Pass by Raman Cyrodiil. The third was in the year 572 of the Second Era, when the Kamal, the Akaviri demons, invaded Morrowind and were defeated at the Battle of Vivek's Antlers by the Tribunal and the Underking. The fourth was the same Kamal invasion seizing the Ruby Throne, briefly, before being driven out. Each invasion has shaped Tamrielic culture and politics in significant ways, with the most lasting effect being the integration of Akaviri styles, technologies, and personnel into the empire. The Akaviri potentates ruled the empire for nearly half a millennium after the death of the last Reman emperor. Versidu Shaye, the first potentate, was a Tsaiski who had served as a potentate, which was originally an advisor role to Reman III. When the Reman dynasty died out, Versidu Shaye took over the empire as a non-emperor regent and ruled for over 300 years until being assassinated by the Morak Tong, the Dark Elf Assassins Guild. His son, Savirian Horak, ruled for another 100 years until he too was assassinated, ending the Akaviri potentate period and beginning the Interregnum, the 700-year period of chaos that ended with the rise of Tiber Septim. So Tamriel was, for a meaningful portion of its history, ruled by snake men from another continent. The 500 companions of Ysgramor are the legendary heroes of the founding of modern Skyrim. After the dragon cult was overthrown and the Nords briefly retreated to Atmora to recover, Ysgramor led 500 warriors back to Tamriel to retake their homeland from the Snow Elves, the Falmer, who had taken over in their absence. The genocide of the Snow Elves by the 500 companions is one of the darker chapters of Nordic history. The remaining Snow Elves fled underground, where they made a deal with the Dwemer for protection in exchange for being blinded with a strange fungus. The Dwemer, being typical Dwemer, then enslaved them and used them as a slave race for millennia, by which point the Snow Elves had degenerated into the goblin-like Falmer that you fight in Skyrim's Dwemer ruins. The original, beautiful, magical Snow Elves are essentially extinct, except for one survivor named Knight Paladin Gelebor, who appears in the Dawnguard expansion. The Falmer of Skyrim are the consequence of one of the most thorough cultural and biological destructions in the entire lore. The Snow Prince is a legendary figure of the original Snow Elves. He fought against the 500 companions, was eventually killed, and his death essentially broke Snow Elf resistance to the Nords. His armor is found in the Dragonborn expansion in Solstheim. The Snow Prince is sometimes invoked as a tragic figure, the last great hero of a race that no longer really exists, and Knight Paladin Gelebor essentially serves the same narrative role in Dawnguard, the last surviving member of a beautiful race that was utterly destroyed by the Nords and then enslaved by the dwarves. The Dragon Cult is the religious order that ruled most of the world during the Merethic era, with the dragons as gods and the mortal races as their slaves. The Dragon Cult priests, the masked dragon priests you fight in Skyrim, were the human enforcers of this rule, and they were granted significant power, including immortality through dragon magic, in exchange for their service. After the Dragon War, when the Nords overthrew the dragons, the surviving dragon priests went into hiding, often using their dragon-granted longevity to sleep through the centuries. The masked dragon priests in Skyrim are essentially ancient priests who have been awoken from millennia-long slumbers and are still loyal to a religion that has been dead for thousands of years. They are also, individually, some of the most powerful undead in the lore. Conahirik, the dragon cult king, is the highest-ranked dragon priest, and his mask, which can be assembled in Skyrim by collecting all the other dragon priest masks, is implied to grant something close to godlike power. The actual gameplay benefit is significantly less than the lore would suggest, but the in-universe implication is that Connachrik was a high priest who had achieved something close to apotheosis through dragon magic, which would put him in the same general category as the more famous ascended mortals in the lore. The Daedric princes have an unspoken rule of not directly attacking Mundus, because doing so would attract attention from the Aedra and from other princes. Mehrunes Dagon breaking this rule during the Oblivion Crisis was a major event for this reason. The princes generally work through mortals, through subtle manipulation and through their own realms, rather than through direct invasion. Mehrunes Dagon's invasion of Cyrodiil was a violation of this implicit agreement, and the response from Akatosh and the other Aedra was correspondingly forceful. Whether Mehrunes Dagon faced any consequences from his fellow Daedric princes for breaking the rule is unclear, but it is probably significant that the Oblivion Crisis has not been repeated. Even though the Dragonfires are now out and the barrier is theoretically weakened, Hermaios Mora's role in the deeper lore is significantly more central than his game appearances suggest. Mora is, in essence, the Daedric prince who knows things. He knows the structure of reality. He knows the walking ways. He knows what happened to the Dwemer. He knows the true history of the Tribunal. He knows the love letter from the Fifth Era. He knows everything that has ever been forbidden, hidden, censored, or withheld. The Apocrypha is his library, and the Apocrypha contains, among other things, copies of all the lost lore of every civilization that has ever existed. This makes Mora the natural patron of scholars, historians, mages who want to know things they should not, and the player character, who in Skyrim is essentially a god king of knowledge collection. The price of Mora's knowledge is always more knowledge. He does not really care about gold or political power. He wants secrets. The deeper your secret, the more valuable it is to him, and the more he will offer in exchange. The last Dragonborn, by entering Apocrypha multiple times and accepting Mora's gifts, has essentially made themselves a major source of Mora's intelligence on Tamriel. Whether this constitutes a binding contract, whether Mora can compel the Dragonborn to perform tasks in the future, is unclear, but the implication is that Mora now has significant leverage over the most powerful mortal in the world, which, you can argue, is the most consequential outcome of Skyrim, more so than the defeat of Alduin, because Alduin is essentially a job that has to be done by someone, while becoming Hermaios Mora's favorite mortal is a personal liability that the player has accepted permanently. The Daedric artifacts are physical objects associated with each Daedric prince, and most of them are obtainable in the games through quests for the relevant prince. There are 16 primary Daedric artifacts, one for each of the 16 princes. They include Azura's Star, which is a reusable soul gem, the Wabajak, which is Sheogorath's transformation staff, the Skull of Corruption, which is Vermina's reality-altering club, Volendrung, which is Malakat's massive warhammer, the Razor of Mehrunes Dagon, which kills almost anything with a critical hit, Hircine's Ring, which transforms the wearer into a werebeast, Goldbrand, which is Bowitia's flaming katana, the Ebony Mail, which is Bowitia's other artifact and grants stealth and damage, the Spellbreaker, which is a magical shield with various names depending on the era, the Ring of Khajiit, which grants invisibility, the Mask of Clavicus Vile, which grants better merchant prices, the Mace of Molag Bal, which steals magicka and stamina, the Sanguine Rose, which summons a Daedra, the Skeleton Key, which can pick any lock, the Ogma Infinium, which is a book of universal knowledge, and various others depending on which game you are in. The Ogma Infinium, specifically, is interesting because it is a book of knowledge written by either Hermaios Mora or by an entity called Exarchus, the Adric scribe of history, and it grants the reader perfect knowledge of every skill in the game. In Skyrim, you obtain it from Septimus Signus, the half-mad scholar who lives inside an iceberg trying to crack open a Dwemer logbox. Septimus thinks the logbox contains the heart of a god. It contains the Ogma Infinium. Septimus's reaction is essentially relief at having finally gotten what he was after, although he then immediately dies because Hermaeus Mora has used him up. The Ogma Infinium is also one of the artifacts that has been in the lore the longest, having appeared in the first Elder Scrolls game, Arena. The skeleton key is another particularly interesting artifact because it can be used multiple times, unlike most of the other Daedric artifacts, which are one and done. The skeleton key has a mind of its own, sort of, and it tends to escape from its owners and find its way back to its proper place. In Skyrim, it is used in the Thieves Guild questline, and after the questline is complete, you can either keep it or return it to Nocturnal's shrine. Returning it triggers the most powerful version of the Nightingale ability. Keeping it gives you a great lockpick. Most players keep it because the lockpick is more useful in the moment, and most players probably do not realize that they are technically committing a theological crime by withholding it from Nocturnal. The Dawnguard expansion of Skyrim deals with Auriel's bow, the divine bow of the Snow Elves' main god, which can be used to either save or destroy the sun. The plot involves a vampire faction led by Lord Harkon, who wants to use the bow to permanently darken the sky so that vampires can walk freely without burning. The exact mechanism of how an arrow shot at the sun can permanently darken it is glossed over, but it has to do with the bow being a partial Adric artifact, specifically associated with Auriel, who is one of the main creator gods. So you are essentially using a divine weapon to either solve or cause a metaphysical crisis. The player can side with either Harkon or with the Dawnguard, the Vampire Hunting Order, and either ending is, in some sense, canonical, because the Elder Scrolls always allows for player choice to be canonized through Dragonbreak logic. Serana, the Vampire Princess of the Dawnguard expansion, is one of the most well-developed companions in any Elder Scrolls game, and her backstory ties into a surprising amount of deeper lore. Her family, the Volkihar, are pure-blood vampires created directly by Molag Bal himself, which is significant because most vampires in the lore are vampires by descent from one of these original Molag Bal vampires. Serana's mother, Valerica, is one of the original pure-blood vampires of Molag Bal, who eventually came to hate Molag Bal and tried to find a way to live outside the vampire bloodline. The entire Dawnguard plot is essentially Serana and her mother dealing with the trauma of having been a Daedric prince's plaything for centuries, while the Dragonborn attempts to keep them from accidentally destroying the sun. The Ideal Masters are the rulers of the Soul Cairn, the realm of trapped souls that Serana and her mother are hiding in. The Ideal Masters are an utterly bizarre Daedric or quasi-Daedric race who exist as a kind of corporate consortium of soul collectors. They essentially buy souls from necromancers, store them in the Soul Cairn, and use them for unspecified purposes. The lore on the Ideal Masters is sparse, but the impression is that they are essentially the bankers of the soul economy, neither evil nor good, just running a business that happens to involve trapping millions of souls in a depressing grey wasteland. The Soul Cairn is one of the most genuinely sad places in the lore, full of the trapped souls of people who died in service of necromancers or who sold themselves for power. The Soul Cairn also contains a lot of historical figures who you can find and talk to, including, in some readings, an entity called the Dragonborn, who may or may not be referencing the player. The Soul Cairn is essentially the long-term archive of every soul that ever ended up in the wrong hands, and walking through it in Dawnguard is one of the more melancholic experiences in the games. Now we are getting into the part of the iceberg where the lore stops being just deep and starts being actively weird. This is where Kirkbride's stuff lives, where the religious texts in the games start contradicting each other in interesting ways, and where the philosophical implications of the setting start to demand that you take them seriously. Mantling, which we discussed in connection with the hero of Kuwatch and Sheogorath, has some deeper implications that are worth getting into. The principle of mantling is that the imitation of an action eventually becomes that action. This is, in some readings, the central principle of the entire universe. Everything that exists because someone or something was imitating something else for long enough. The Aedra are gods because they performed the action of gods for long enough that they became gods. Mortals are mortals because they performed the action of being mortal for long enough that they continue to be mortal. The Daedric princes are who they are because they have performed their roles for long enough that they cannot be anyone else. And the universe itself is what it is because Anu and Padome, or the Godhead, or whoever you blame for creation, has been imitating itself for so long that the imitation has become the reality. This means that, in principle, anyone can become anything if they imitate it well enough and long enough. This is the basis of all the apotheosis stories in the lore. Vivek became a god because he imitated the actions of a god so thoroughly that he became one. Tiber Septim became Talos because he imitated Lorcan so thoroughly that he mantled the missing god. The hero of Kuach became Sheogorath because they imitated Sheogorath. Reman Cyrodiil became the worldly god because he imitated divinity. The path is always the same. You perform the actions of the thing you want to become, and if you perform them well enough, you become it. The Sijic endeavor is the Velothi version of this principle, the spiritual practice that Boethia taught to Veloth and his followers when they left the Somerset Isles and became the Chimer. The endeavor is the practice of escaping the wheel, the cyclical nature of existence, through love. The exact mechanics of how love allows escape from the wheel are deliberately vague, but the principle is that by truly loving something, you partially escape from the cycle of birth and death and become something else. The Chimer were essentially training themselves to mantle godhood through love, which is part of why Vivek was so successful, because Vivek's claim to godhood is partly built on love, his love for the Dunmer people, and partly on power, his use of the heart of Lorcan. The hidden manual to the Sijic endeavor is a Kirkbride text that goes into the actual mechanics of the practice, although in characteristically obscure language. The general idea is that you align yourself with the things you love so completely that you become one with them, and through that becoming, you escape from the prison of individual selfhood that keeps you trapped in the cycle of birth and death. This is essentially Buddhism with magic, although the Velothi would probably resent being compared to Buddhism. The practice is open to anyone, although in practice almost nobody achieves it, because achieving it requires the kind of single-minded dedication that almost nobody has. The love letter from the 5th era is one of the most discussed Kirkbride texts, and it deserves its own walkthrough. The love letter is presented as a message sent backward in time from the 5th era, the era that comes after the current 4th era, by a Velothi salt merchant named Jubal Lun Sul. The letter describes events in the 5th era, including a catastrophic event called the landfall, which is when the moons fall from the sky onto Tamriel. The landfall is connected to the death of Vivek, who has been holding up the moon-sized meteor of Bardau over Vivek City since the events of Morrowind, and whose death released the meteor to crash. The letter warns the people of the 4th era to know, love to avoid the landfall, suggesting that if they practice the Sijic endeavor properly, they can avoid the catastrophic future that the 5th era describes. The love letter contains the most direct lore text on what Amaranth actually is. The text says that you, in the 4th era, have already witnessed many of the attempts at reaching the final subgradient of all AE, that state that exists beyond mortal death, and list the Numidium, the Endeavor, the Prolix Tower, Kim, the Enantiomorph, and the Scarab that transforms into the new man. The text then says that as the gods cannot know joy as mortals, their creation, so mortals may only understand the joy of liberty by becoming the progenitors of the models that can make the jump past mortal death. Those who do not fail become the new men, individuals beyond all AE, unerased, and all being. The new man becomes God, becomes Amaranth, everlasting hypnagogic. Hallucinations become lucid under his eye, and therefore, like all parents of their children, the Amaranth cherishes and adores all that is come from him. So Amaranth is the final state, the deepest tier of the iceberg, the actual purpose of all of this. Kim is, in this reading, only the second to last step. Kim allows a mortal to realize they are inside a dream and to manipulate the dream from within. Amaranth is the next step. Amaranth is what happens when a Kim achiever, instead of continuing to manipulate the existing dream, dreams their own new dream into existence, becoming a new godhead for a new universe, with the inhabitants of that universe being their children. The Amaranth is essentially the act of becoming a god of a new reality, parallel to but separate from the existing one. The existing godhead, the unconscious dreamer who dreams the universe of the Elder Scrolls, is presumed to be the result of a previous Amaranth, a previous mortal who achieved Kim and then dreamed this universe into existence. This is the deepest layer of the metaphysics. Every universe is the dream of some Amaranth. Every Amaranth was once a mortal who achieved Kim. The mortals of every universe are working, knowingly or unknowingly, toward becoming the Amaranth of the next universe. The Numidium, the Endeavor, Kim, the Enantiomorph, all the walking ways, all of them are paths that mortals can take toward Amaranth. And the eternal pattern of universes giving rise to new universes is the actual story, not just one universe's history. Vivek might be on the path to Amaranth. Tiber Septim might be on the path to Amaranth. The last Dragonborn might be on the path to Amaranth. The current godhead is the past Amaranth of a previous mortal, and so on, recursively, forever. The reason this is the deepest tier of the iceberg is that, taken seriously, it changes the meaning of everything else in the lore. If the universe is a dream, and if the purpose of the dream is to produce a new dreamer, then every action in the dream takes on a different significance. The conflicts between men and Mer are just one of many dramas being staged inside someone else's sleep. The Daedric princes are just particularly stable dream characters who have not yet been replaced by new ones. The Aedra are essentially supporting cast for the protagonist's eventual ascent. The hero of every game is, in some sense, the dream's attempt to produce a new dreamer. Vivek, in this reading, is the closest mortal we have ever seen to actually achieving Amaranth, because Vivek achieved Kim, and Vivek has been visibly preparing for something for thousands of years. The 36 lessons is, in some readings, essentially Vivek's instruction manual for his own followers on how to follow him into the next universe. The Veloti religion is the pre-launch documentation for Amaranth. When Vivek disappears at the start of the 4th era, the implication in the love letter is that he has crossed over into the next universe, and that the 5th era is partially the result of his presence having been withdrawn from this one. The reason Vivek's withdrawal causes the landfall is that Vivek was, through Kim, holding up Bardao, the moon-sized meteor that had been hurled at his city by Sheogorath thousands of years before. Vivek had stopped the meteor in midair through pure willpower and had been suspending it above his city for centuries. The act of doing this required Vivek to maintain his Kim continuously, because the moment he stopped, the meteor would fall. When Vivek achieves Amaranth and crosses into the next universe, he stops holding up the meteor, and the meteor falls. This is the landfall. This is what destroys Morrowind. This is what kills millions of Dark Elves. This is what sets up the political situation of Skyrim. All of it traces back to Vivek being on the path to Amaranth. Sotha Sil's apostles, the religious sect that survived Sotha Sil's death and continued his teachings, have their own writings about the Daedra, which essentially position Sotha Sil as a being on par with the Daedric princes in terms of metaphysical understanding. The apostles claim that the Daedra fear wisdom and order, that they fear Sotha Sil above all others, and that Jigalag, the Prince of Order, was closest to Sotha Sil in principle. The apostles also claim that the Daedra and Oblivion are nothing more than a sort of cosmic immune response to the existence of Mundus, that the Daedra exist to push back against the changes Mundus represents. This is an interesting theological position because it suggests the Daedra are not really gods at all, but more like antibodies, and that the Aedra and the princes are reacting to mortals rather than the other way around. The tonal architecture of the Dwemer ties back into the broader cosmology of the towers and the structure of reality. If the universe is essentially a dream being dreamed by an unconscious entity, then the dream has a kind of vibrational structure to it, and that vibrational structure can be manipulated by anyone who understands the frequencies involved. The Dwemer were apparently the only ones who managed to formalize this into a real scientific discipline. The Thuum of the Nords is essentially the same principle applied through voice. The voice of the Dragonborn is the same. The chanting of monks across various traditions is the same. Sound, in the Elder Scrolls universe, is one of the core ways that reality can be altered, because reality is a kind of standing wave inside the Godhead's unconscious, and changing the wave changes what is real. The hidden heaven, where Lorkhan dwells as the Void Ghost, is described as being made of not stars. This is, in the deeper readings, a reference to the structure of Aetherius itself. Aetherius, the realm of magic and the stars, is essentially the surface of the Godhead's dream, the part where the dream meets the dreamer. Stars are where Magnage punched through. Magic flows in through these punctures, but behind Aetherius, in the not-quite place of the hidden heaven, Lorkhan watches over the world he made, and from there he can send out the Shezarines and orchestrate the eventual ascent of mortals to Amaranth. Lorkhan, in this reading, is essentially the architect of the entire ascent system. He died, but his death was a deliberate part of the plan. The trick he played on the other Etada was not actually a trick, it was a teaching demonstration. By failing Kim intentionally, he showed others how to succeed at it. By being killed at convention, he became the patron of the mortal path. By scattering pieces of himself across the world, he ensured that mortals would always have the resources to ascend. The implications of this reading are that the entire Elder Scrolls universe is essentially a god-making machine, designed by Lorkhan to produce new gods who can ascend to Amaranth and dream their own new universes, and that everyone in the lore who has ever ascended to godhood is essentially an alumnus of Lorkhan's training program. Vivek knew this. Tiber Septim knew this. Remen Cyrodiil probably knew this. The Tribunal knew this, even though they got distracted by the politics of Morrowind. The Thalmor know this and are trying to shut the program down, which is what their long-term political agenda is actually about. Their position is that Mundus is a prison built by a trickster god to produce more trickster gods, and that the only way to end the cycle is to deactivate the towers and dissolve the universe. Whether the Thalmor are correct, ethically speaking, is one of the open questions of the lore. From the Thalmor's perspective, the system Lorkhan built is essentially a soul mill that converts elven divinity into the raw material for mortal ascension. They are trying to free the elves from this mill. From the perspective of mortals, the system is the path to godhood and to the creation of new universes. Both can be true at the same time. The lore does not really pick a side, which is part of what makes it interesting. The Anwad, the creation myth shared by various Tamrielic cultures, mentions 12 worlds that were destroyed before this one. The 12 worlds are interpreted by some lore fans as 12 previous Kalpas, 12 previous iterations of the universe. The Hist are said to be survivors from one of these. Various other obscure features of the lore are sometimes interpreted as survivors as well. The implication is that this is not the first universe and will not be the last, which fits with the Amaranth Godhead cycle, but it is mostly subtext rather than explicit text. The hero of Daggerfall, the player character of the second game, is one of the more interesting characters in the lore because of what happens to them at the end. The hero's fate during the Warp in the West is essentially split across all the possible endings, with one version going to one fate, another to another, and so on. By the time you get to Morrowind, the hero of Daggerfall has, in some readings, attained their own form of partial divinity through being a key participant in a dragon break. They are not really a god, not in the same way Talos is, but they are also not exactly a mortal anymore. What happened to them after Daggerfall is unknown. The Nerevarine, the player character of Morrowind, is the reincarnation of Nerevar, the Chimer warlord who founded the First Council and was murdered by the Tribunal. The prophecy of the Nerevarine had been suppressed by the Tribunal for thousands of years because it predicted the return of Nerevar and the fall of the false gods. By the events of Morrowind, the prophecy is fulfilled, the tribunal falls, Dagoth-Ur is defeated, and the Nerevarine is established as the legitimate heir of Nerevar. After the events of Morrowind, the Nerevarine reportedly went on an expedition to Akavir and was never heard from again. Whether they are still alive, whether they achieved some form of ascension, or whether they died in Akavir is all unclear. The hero of Kuwatch, who we keep coming back to, is the protagonist of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, and they have one of the more concrete divine ascensions in the series. By the end of the Shivering Isles expansion, they have mantled Sheogorath and are now the Daedric Prince of Madness. In Skyrim, you actually meet them in their Sheogorath form during the Mind of Madness quest in Solitude. They are wearing a purple suit and are clearly the new Sheogorath, although nobody but the player necessarily realizes it. The new Sheogorath continues all the duties of the old Sheogorath, including running the Shivering Isles and being one of the 16 princes, but they have their own personality, which is more aggressively unhinged than the previous Sheogorath was. The last Dragonborn's fate is, similarly, unclear. After the events of Skyrim, the Dragonborn has killed the World Eater, absorbed the souls of dozens of dragons, completed quests for at least a dozen Daedric princes, and become Hermaeus Mora's favorite mortal. Where this leads is unclear, because The Elder Scrolls VI has not come out. Some lore fans believe the last Dragonborn will become the next Talos. Others believe they will become the next World Eater. Others believe they will become an Amarant and dream a new universe. The fact that the lore allows for all these possibilities is part of the appeal. Talos' actual divine status is one of those things that is contested even within the canon. The official imperial position is that Talos is a god, the ninth divine. The Thalmor position is that Talos is not a god, that he was just a powerful mortal whose followers have deified him, and that his worship should be banned because it perpetuates a lie. The deeper lore position, the one we have been discussing, is that Talos achieved Kim and possibly mantled Lorkhan, making him both a god and the resurrected missing god at the same time. The Thalmor know this, which is why they are so insistent on banning his worship, because they want to deactivate the White Gold Tower, and dissolving Talos worship is part of doing that. So the political crisis of Skyrim is, at its deepest level, a theological dispute about whether Lorkhan came back and whether his return is a good thing. Heimskr, the street preacher in Whiterun, recites part of From the Many-Headed Talos, the Kirkbride text we discussed, when you hear him preaching. The specific lines he recites are about Talos shouting down the walls of Old Hroldan and reshaping Cyrodiil. Most players hear Heimskr as just an annoying NPC who will not shut up, but he's actually quoting one of the most metaphysically loaded texts in the entire lore, and his ranting is essentially a public profession of the deep theology of Talos. Bethesda put Heimskr in Skyrim specifically to make this text canon, to confirm that the deeper lore of Talos is part of the game's intended cosmology. This is the kind of thing that the lore community noticed immediately and has been subtly screaming about ever since. Paarthurnax, the dragon you meet in Skyrim, is also one of the metaphysically loaded characters. He is the brother of Alduin, the former lieutenant of the dragon cult, the betrayer who taught the voice to mortals, and the one who knows what Alduin really is. His final speech to the player, in which he asks whether the last Dragonborn will retain their honor even though their nature is to crave domination, is essentially asking whether the player will use their power for good or for evil. It is also a coded reference to the broader theme of the series, which is that everyone with power eventually has to choose what to do with it, and the consequences of that choice ripple through the cosmology. Paarthurnax has spent his thousands of years on the throat of the world specifically because he has chosen to constantly resist the urge to dominate, and he is essentially the moral counterweight to Miraak, who chose the opposite path. The Greybeard's refusal to use the voice in battle is, in some readings, the closest the lore has to a properly aligned spiritual practice. They are not trying to mantle anyone. They are not trying to achieve Kim. They are not trying to ascend. They are just trying not to misuse their power. This is, in some sense, the most morally clean position in the entire setting, because everyone else is trying to be something they are not, while the Greybeards are trying to be what they already are without causing harm. The fact that they live on top of the throat of the world, the tower that has not yet been deactivated, is not a coincidence. They are essentially the keepers of the tower, even if they do not call themselves that. Sovngarde is the Nordic afterlife, where worthy Nordic heroes go after death to feast in Shor's Hall, the Hall of Valor. Shor is the Nordic name for Lorkhan, so Sovngarde is essentially Lorkhan's personal afterlife, where his chosen heroes go to drink and wait until they are needed again. The player visits Sovngarde at the end of Skyrim to fight Alduin's hold on the place, freeing the trapped souls who Alduin had been eating to fuel his return to power. The implications of this are that Alduin was, before he was killed in Skyrim, essentially feeding on the souls of dead Nordic heroes, draining the strength of Shor's Hall. After Alduin's defeat, the Hall of Valor is restored, and Shor's army is whole again, ready for whatever comes next. Whether they will be needed is, again, an open question. The Nordic afterlife, by the way, is one of the more unusual ones in the lore, because it is actually a known and visited place. Most cultures have afterlives that are matters of faith, but Sovngarde is verifiably real and can be visited, and the Nordic warriors, there are still active personalities. Tsun, the gatekeeper of Sovngarde, is a literal god who you fight as a test of worthiness. Isgramor, the legendary leader of the 500 companions, is hanging out in Sovngarde. Galmar Stonefist, if you killed him during the Civil War, is in Sovngarde. The Nordic afterlife is basically a perpetual bar where every dead hero is waiting to be called back to fight again. The Adric afterlife is something we know less about. The standard Cyrodiilic religion suggests that good worshippers of the 8 divines go to Aetherius after death, but the actual mechanics are unclear. Some lore suggests that Adric souls are recycled through the dream sleeve and reincarnated. Others suggest that they are essentially merged with the Aedra they worshipped most. Others suggest that the Adric afterlife is essentially the absence of an afterlife, a return to the great unity. The lack of clarity here is partially because the Aedra do not really care about the souls of their worshippers in the same way the Daedric princes do. The Daedric afterlives are clear because the Daedric princes do care, and most of them have realms where their favored mortals end up after death. The favored of Myrun's Dagon end up in the Deadlands, perpetually fighting in the fire and ash. The favored of Molag Bal end up as soul-shriven in Cold Harbor, perpetually tortured. The favored of Boethia end up in the Snake Mount, perpetually plotting. The favored of Hircine end up in the hunting grounds, perpetually hunting and being hunted. None of these are good outcomes. The Daedric afterlives are essentially eternal versions of the Daedric prince's sphere, and what was thrilling in life becomes monotonous in death. This is part of why the lore frames serving a Daedric prince as a, at its core, bad deal in the long term. You get short-term power, but your eternal afterlife is doing the same thing forever, with no escape. The Soul Cairn, the realm of the Ideal Masters, is where the souls trapped in soul gems end up. This is a worse fate than even the Daedric afterlives, because it is not even thematic. It is just a vast grey wasteland where souls sit forever doing nothing until the Ideal Masters need them for something. The vampires in the Dawnguard expansion have been hiding in the Soul Cairn for centuries, which gives you some sense of what kind of place it is. The fact that mortal necromancers regularly send souls to the Soul Cairn, treating it as a routine business transaction with the Ideal Masters, is one of the dark undercurrents of the necromantic tradition. Arkai, the god of life and death, is supposed to be the one who ensures that souls go where they are supposed to go. In Cyrodiilic theology, Arkai is the god of cycles, the one who oversees birth and death and the proper transition between them. He hates necromancy because necromancy violates the natural cycle. He hates undeath because undeath traps souls outside of their proper paths. His priests perform funerary rites that are supposed to ensure souls reach their proper destinations. In practice, his domain seems to be much more limited than his theology suggests, because vast numbers of souls do not reach their proper destinations and end up trapped in various places. Whether Arkai is failing at his job or whether the system was always broken is a theological question. The Dragonborn lineage was established by Akatosh as a covenant with Saint Alessia, granting her and her descendants the soul of a dragon and the ability to absorb dragon souls. The Septim dynasty inherited this lineage, which is why every Septim emperor was technically Dragonborn, although most of them did not actively use the ability. After the Septim dynasty died out, the Dragonborn lineage was thought to be extinct. The last Dragonborn's appearance in Skyrim, with the soul of a dragon despite not being Septim by descent, is significant because it suggests either that the Dragonborn lineage was not actually dependent on the Septim bloodline, or that Akatosh has decided to create a new Dragonborn in response to Alduin's return, or both. Miraak, the antagonist of Dragonborn, was the first known Dragonborn, predating the Alessian Covenant by thousands of years. This is a significant retcon, because before Dragonborn, the lore strongly suggested that Dragonbornness originated with the Alessian Covenant. Miraak's existence implies that there is a more core connection between dragon souls and mortals, that the Dragonborn capability is something that occurs naturally in the universe, and that the Alessian Covenant just formalized. Miraak is also implied to have made a deal with Hermaeus Mora that exchanged his service for the powers needed to control dragons, which is how he became a dragon priest who could shout dragons into submission rather than the other way around. The dragon cult priests, in general, were Dragonborn, or at least had some form of dragon bond that allowed them to share in the dragon's power. This is part of why they were so dangerous and so long-lived. The dragon priest masks each contain a fragment of the priest's bond with the dragons, and wearing the mask grants the wearer some of that power. The full set of masks, including Konahrik, theoretically grants the wearer something close to dragon priest status. The fact that the last Dragonborn can simply collect these masks suggests that the entire system of dragon priesthood was built around the same core principle that the Alessian Covenant later formalized. Numidium and the Mantella's true contents are debated. The original Mantella was created by Zurin Arctus to power the Numidium in the absence of the Heart of Lorkhan. Standard lore says the Mantella was powered by the soul of Wulfharth, who was trapped in it after being betrayed by Tiber Septim. Other sources suggest the Mantella was powered by both Wulfharth and Zurin Arctus, who was also killed and soul-trapped in the process. Other sources suggest the Mantella was powered by an oversoul combining all three of the Tiber Septim trinity, with Hjalti's living power somehow folded in. The exact mechanism of the Mantella's power is one of those questions the lore deliberately keeps fuzzy, because the answer affects so many other things about Talos' nature. If the Mantella contains Wulfharth's soul, then Talos and the Underking are related but distinct, and the Underking's eventual freedom and dissolution at the end of Daggerfall represents the freeing of one of the components of Talos. If the Mantella contains all three of the Tiber Septim trinity, then Talos' actual divine apotheosis is more complicated, because parts of him are trapped inside a soul gem. If the Mantella's contents are some kind of metaphysical fiction, a constructed soul, rather than a real one, then the entire premise of Numidium's operation is different. The lore allows for all these readings, and different lore fans have different preferred interpretations. The Mani Marco who appears in Oblivion is, in some readings, not the original Mani Marco at all, but a successor, a new high necromancer who has taken the King of Worms title. The original Mani Marco, in this reading, ascended fully to godhood during the warp in the west and is now the necromancer's moon, not a corporeal entity. The Mani Marco you fight in Oblivion is a kind of degraded copy, a new Mani Marco who is much weaker than the original. The fact that the Mani Marco in Oblivion is so much weaker than the Mani Marco in Daggerfall is one of the reasons this theory is popular. If you accept it, then the Mani Marco fight in Oblivion is actually a kind of mercy killing of someone who never deserved the title. The Mages Guild's official line on necromancy has shifted over time. Originally, the Mages Guild had no policy on necromancy, and necromancy was practiced openly by guild members for centuries. After the various Mani Marco-related crises, the Mages Guild banned necromancy entirely, which led to a schism with practitioners who refused to give it up. By the events of Skyrim, the Mages Guild has dissolved entirely, replaced by various regional colleges, including the College of Winterhold, which has a much looser policy on what kinds of magic are acceptable. The decline of the Mages Guild parallels the broader decline of imperial institutions in the Fourth Era, with various competing organizations rising in their place, but none with the same continental authority. The College of Winterhold itself, where you become Archmage in Skyrim, is an interesting case study in institutional decline. It was once one of the most prestigious magical academies in Tamriel, comparable to the Crystal Tower of Somerset. By the events of Skyrim, it has been reduced to a handful of mages on a remote island connected to the mainland by a narrow bridge, surrounded by a city that distrusts and resents them. The Great Collapse, the event that broke off most of the city of Winterhold, is widely theorized to have been caused by the college's magical experiments, although the college denies this. The last Dragonborn becoming Archmage of an institution that is, in some sense, the last functioning magical academy in Skyrim is one of the more politically significant accomplishments of the game, although the game does not really treat it as such. Septimus Cygnus, the half-mad scholar who lives inside an iceberg in Skyrim, deserves a closer look. Septimus is the former student of a more powerful mage, possibly the previous archmage of the college, who has spent decades trying to open a Dwemer lockbox he believes contains the heart of Lorkhan. He has gone progressively more mad through his exposure to the lockbox, which is in turn an artifact of Hermaeus Mora. By the time you meet him, he is essentially a Hermaeus Mora cultist, who has been so reshaped by his patron that he is no longer fully human. The lockbox does not contain the heart of Lorkhan, it contains the Ogma Infinium, which Septimus reads briefly before dying because he has been used up by Mora. The last Dragonborn then takes the Ogma Infinium and uses it to upgrade their skills, becoming, in some sense, the inheritor of Septimus's life's work. The Lexicon, the Dwemer cube that Septimus has the Dragonborn fill with knowledge from an Elder Scroll, is a fascinating piece of Dwemer technology. The Dwemer apparently had devices that could record and replay knowledge stored in Elder Scrolls, which would have been useful for them, since the Elder Scrolls themselves are deadly to read for normal mortals. The fact that the Dragonborn casually uses a Dwemer lexicon to interface with an Elder Scroll, then walks away with a transcribed copy of the knowledge it contained, is the kind of thing that the lore community gets excited about, because it is exactly the kind of tonal architecture trick the Dwemer were famous for. The Dragonborn does this in the course of completing a quest, without really understanding what they are doing. The Aetherius and Magnus and the Magna-G connection deserves another look. Magnus, the god of magic, was originally one of the Etada who agreed to participate in the creation of Mundus. At the last moment, he changed his mind and fled, breaking through the boundary of Mundus and escaping into Aetherius. His escape created the sun, which is essentially the hole he left in the sky. Other Etada, who decided to flee with him, followed, breaking through to create the stars. The Magnage are these followers, the ones who escaped at the last minute. Once in Aetherius, they exist as a kind of parallel pantheon, related to but distinct from the Aedra who stayed. Magic in Tamriel comes from Aetherius, channeled through the sun and the stars into Mundus. This is essentially the Magna-G bleeding their divine power back into the world they almost helped create. The various flavors of magic, alteration, illusion, destruction, restoration, conjuration, and so on are all variants of this ethereal energy as it filters into different patterns. Mages who practice on Tamriel are essentially harnessing the leakage from a parallel pantheon's escape route. The fact that magic exists at all is, in some sense, a side effect of the Magna-G's cowardice. If they had stayed, Mundus might have been more stable, but it would not have had magic. The Dwemer's tonal architecture, by contrast, is not really magic in this sense. It is engineering. The Dwemer figured out how to manipulate reality through sound, which works because reality is a kind of standing wave, but they did not actually channel any ethereal energy to do so. This is why Dwemer machines still work, thousands of years after their creators disappeared. They are not running on magical fuel that needs to be replenished. They are running on physical principles that the Dwemer happen to understand better than anyone else. The various Dwemer ruins you explore in the games are full of working machinery, not because the magic has not faded, but because the machinery is essentially permanent. The Aelids, the elven race that ruled Cyrodiil before the Alessian rebellion, were one of the most magically sophisticated civilizations in Tamriel's history. They were also incredibly cruel, particularly to their human slaves, and their religious practices included things like sacrificing slaves to the Daedra for power. The fall of the Aelids was caused by their internal divisions, their alienation of the various Daedric princes they had been trafficking with, and the Alessian rebellion that overthrew them. After their fall, the surviving Aelids dispersed, with some becoming the ancestors of the Bretons through interbreeding, some retreating to the Somerset Isles, and some essentially vanishing from history. The various ruins you explore in Cyrodiil in Oblivion are Aelid ruins, and the Welkind stones and Varla stones you collect from them are pieces of the Aelid's magical infrastructure. The Aelid's relationship to the various Daedric princes was complex. Some Aelid cities worship Meridia, the Daedric Prince of Light, others worship Molag Bal, others worship Mehrunes Dagon, others worship the Aedra. The schism between the Daedric worshipping and the Aedra worshipping Aelids is part of what weakened them in the long run. Meridia, by the way, is one of the Daedric princes, who is sometimes confused for an Aedra because her sphere is light and life and she tends to oppose undead. She is, however, still a Daedra, with all that implies, and her insistence on her own goodness is one of the more interesting theological positions in the lore. The Sancre Tor underground complex, where Tiber Septim went to retrieve Riemann III's armor, and where the hero of Daggerfall must also go in the events of Oblivion, is the kind of place that ties together multiple eras of Imperial history. Sancre Tor is the location where Reman Cyrodiil was conceived from the spirit of Alessia and the king Hrol, the original sacred site of the imperial religion. It is also where Tiber Septim retrieved the armor of Reman III in his early career, before he was emperor, in an early demonstration that he was a successor to the Reman dynasty. The fact that an imperial would-be emperor went to a sacred site to retrieve the armor of a dead emperor and then later founded a new dynasty is part of the pattern of mantling that we discussed earlier. Tiber Septim mantled the empire by performing the actions of an emperor. The Akaviri Dragon Guard, the ancestors of the Blades, were trained by Reman Cyrodiil himself to be his personal guard after the failed Akaviri invasion. The Dragon Guard was originally an Akaviri institution, a fighting order dedicated to hunting dragons. Reman repurposed them to protect his own person and to continue hunting any remaining dragons in Tamriel. By the time of the Septim dynasty, the Dragon Guard had become the Blades, and they served as the Emperor's personal bodyguards, as well as a kind of intelligence service. The Blades' dual mission of protecting the Emperor and hunting dragons is what makes them so important in Skyrim, where the player has to navigate the tension between needing the Blades' help with dragons and not wanting to let them murder Paarthurnax. The fall of the Blades during the Great War, the war between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion that preceded Skyrim, was one of the major losses of the Fourth Era. The Aldmeri Dominion, as part of the White Gold Concordat that ended the war, demanded the disbanding of the Blades along with the banning of Talos worship. The Blades were hunted nearly to extinction, with only a handful of survivors managing to remain in hiding by the events of Skyrim. The fact that Delphine and Esbern are essentially the last two functional Blades in the world is part of why the Order's revival under the last Dragonborn is so significant. The Dragonborn is essentially restoring an institution that the Thalmor specifically tried to destroy. The Great War and the White Gold Concordat are pivotal events of the Fourth Era. The Great War was a war between the Empire and the Aldmeri Dominion that lasted around 5 years, ended in a stalemate with significant Aldmeri territorial gains, and resulted in the White Gold Concordat, which is the treaty that bans Talos worship throughout the Empire, The Empire had to sign the Concordat because they were on the verge of losing the war and needed to consolidate. The Concordat essentially traded away the Empire's religious independence for survival. The Stormcloak Rebellion in Skyrim is, at its core, a rejection of this trade-off, with Ulfric Stormcloak arguing that Skyrim should not honor a treaty that bans the worship of a Nordic god. The White Gold Tower, being the centerpiece of all this, is significant. The White Gold Tower in the Imperial City is one of the 8 known towers of Tamriel. Its stone is the Kim El Adabal, which is the crystallized blood from the heart of Lorkhan that fell on Cyrodiil during Convention. The tower's strength depends on the Amulet of Kings, which is made from the Kim El Adabal and which served as the tower's symbolic activation. When the amulet was destroyed at the end of Oblivion, the White Gold Tower's link to its stone was broken, weakening but not deactivating the tower. The Thalmor's long-term goal is to fully deactivate the White Gold Tower by, among other things, removing Talos worship from the Empire, which weakens the tower further. This is why Talos worship is such a strategic priority for the Thalmor. It is not about religion, it is about reality. The Numidium's connection to the towers is, similarly, significant. The Numidium is the brass tower, the mobile tower of the Dwemer, and its stone was originally the heart of Lorkhan. When the Numidium was activated, it was essentially asserting itself as a competing tower of reality, which is what caused the dragon breaks. The fact that the Numidium can move around makes it uniquely dangerous because it can essentially impose its operator's will on local reality wherever it walks. Tiber Septim used the Numidium to conquer the Somerset Isles, partially through military force and partially through this kind of reality warping influence. The Aldmeri's hatred of him is not just because he killed a lot of them, it is because he used a brass god to overwrite their reality with his own. The Crystal Tower of Somerset, which is the Altmer's equivalent of the White Gold Tower, has its own tower stone called Transparent Law. The tower was destroyed during the Aldmeri Dominion's various conflicts, possibly during the Three Banners War in the Second Era, although the exact circumstances are debated. The fact that the Altmer lost their tower is one of the more catastrophic events in their history, and part of why the Thalmor are so focused on deactivating other towers, because their own tower is already gone. Whether the Crystal Tower's deactivation is permanent or whether it can be reactivated by replacing its stone is unclear. The Thalmor themselves deserve a proper breakdown, because they are way more interesting as antagonists once you understand what they actually want. The Aldmeri Dominion, in its modern 4th era iteration, is run by the Thalmor, and the Thalmor are run by people who have very specific theological goals that go far beyond regular conquest. The dominant theory, supported by a lot of in-game evidence and a fair amount of developer commentary, is that the Thalmor want to undo creation. Not destroy it, undo it. The Altmer believe that they are the descendants of the original Aedra, that they were forced into mortal bodies as a kind of cosmic punishment, and that mortality itself is the curse. From their perspective, Lorkhan is not a culture hero. He is a deceiver who tricked their ancestors into giving up immortality and divine power in exchange for the limited, suffering existence of mortals. Their goal, then, is to reverse this. They want to dismantle the Mundus, deactivate the towers, return to the state before creation, and exist again as the immortal beings they believe they were. This is why Talos worship is so important to them. Talos is a man who became a god through, essentially, the same mechanism that they want to reverse. He used the structures of the mortal world, the towers, mantling, the heart of Lorkhan's residual influence, and turned himself into a divinity. From the Altmer perspective, this is the worst possible outcome. It proves that the Mundus can produce gods, that the trick Lorkhan played on them is, somehow, still working, still producing divinity, just for the wrong species. So they need to ban Talos worship, prevent any new mantling, and ultimately deactivate the structures that make this kind of ascension possible. This also recontextualizes the Stormcloaks in an interesting way. If you take Ulfric purely at his word, he's just a Nordic nationalist who wants the freedom to worship his god. But if you take the Thalmor's goals seriously, then the Stormcloaks are completely, without realizing it, fighting against the unmaking of reality. They are defending the existence of mortal divinity. The Empire, in signing the White Gold Concordat, is not just compromising religiously, they are participating in the slow disassembly of the universe. Whether or not you think the Stormcloaks should win the Civil War, their cause is much more cosmically loaded than the surface presentation suggests. By the way, the Thalmor's own dossiers, which you can find in Skyrim, partially confirm this reading. There is a dossier on Ulfric that reveals he was briefly a Thalmor asset, manipulated into starting a war that would weaken both the Empire and itself. The Thalmor want a long, exhausting civil war in Skyrim. They want the Empire bled dry, and they want Talos worship banned by treaty across every province. It is a long game. The Markarth incident, which is also referenced in Skyrim's lore, ties into this. The Markarth incident was a brief forsworn uprising in the city of Markarth that was put down by Ulfric Stormcloak. The terms of the settlement allowed Talos worship in the city, which violated the White Gold Concordat, and the Empire, under Thalmor pressure, had to renege on the agreement and arrest Ulfric. This is the event that radicalized Ulfric and set the stage for his eventual rebellion. So in a very real sense, the civil war in Skyrim is downstream of a single Thalmor diplomatic intervention. They cause the problem, they prolong the problem, and they benefit from the problem. Classic. Now let us go even deeper, because there is more iceberg below this. Have you ever heard of the hidden heaven or the adjacent place? These are concepts that appear in Vivek's 36 lessons and in some of the more apocryphal texts. The hidden heaven is described as a place that exists alongside the regular planes of reality, accessible only to those who have achieved certain states of being. The adjacent place is similar. These are not exactly Aetherius, and not exactly Oblivion, and not exactly the Mundus. They are something else, possibly states of consciousness, possibly literal places. Vivek is described as being able to access these. So is Sotasil, so is, possibly, the last Dragonborn at certain points. These places are where some of the weirder lore happens, including, possibly, the production of Amaranth. The Sermon 36 of Vivek, which I mentioned briefly before, is one of the more famous apocryphal texts. It was written by Michael Kirkbride after he left Bethesda. The premise is that Sermon 36 is a sermon that cannot be read in the regular way because it is not just a text, it is a walking route through the city of Vivek that, if walked correctly, reveals the secret of Kim. The geography of Vivek the city is shaped like Vivek the god's body, and walking the city in the right order is, in itself, a kind of religious ritual. People have actually attempted to walk Sermon 36 in Morrowind, the game, and have produced detailed maps of the route. Whether the route works, whether it does anything, is left to the player. But the idea that a piece of religious literature is also a physical walking pilgrimage that, completed correctly, grants enlightenment, is the kind of conceptual layering that makes Elder Scrolls lore feel like nothing else. The 36 lessons themselves are written in a style that is, at first read, completely impenetrable. Vivek narrates events from his own life in third person, in poetic prose, with embedded riddles, symbols, and references to events that have not happened yet or that may have never happened. Reading the lessons feels like reading something that was translated from a language that does not actually exist. Once you understand the conceptual vocabulary, though, the lessons start to make sense. Each sermon teaches a specific concept, a specific way of looking at reality, and together they form, essentially, a guidebook for becoming a god. Vivek is, in the lessons, explicitly teaching the reader. He says so. He wants you, the reader, to ascend the way he did. Whether this is literal advice or metaphorical teaching is somewhat predictably debated. Some of the specific concepts from the lessons include the love letter, the secret syllable of royalty, the walking ways, the Godhead, the dreamer, the maybe spirits, and the new man. Each of these is a piece of vocabulary that lets you describe certain kinds of metaphysical events that you would otherwise need paragraphs to explain. The vocabulary is so specific and so internally consistent that fans have built entire theological frameworks around just decoding it. There are essays, video essays, forum posts, wikis, dedicated entirely to interpreting individual sentences from the 36 lessons. The text rewards rereading. Every time you understand a new piece, you go back and find that an earlier sentence that seemed like nonsense was actually a clear statement of something you now understand. This is, by the way, one of the reasons Michael Kirkbride is so revered in this fandom. He created an entire theological vocabulary that has the property of getting deeper the longer you stare at it. Most fantasy writing does not have this property. Most fantasy writing has a fixed depth, and once you have read it carefully, you have understood it. The 36 lessons, the love letter, the C0DA, the various apocrypha, all of these reward repeated readings in a way that very little fantasy writing does. Whether this is because Kirkbride is a genius, or because the texts are so vague that you can project anything you want onto them, is a question I am not going to settle. Let us talk about tonal architecture, because we touched on it briefly and it deserves a fuller treatment. Tonal architecture is the Dwemer's mathematical musical understanding of reality. The Dwemer believed that reality is, at its base, vibration, frequency, sound. Everything that exists has a tone. Atoms have tones, mountains have tones, souls have tones, gods have tones. And by manipulating these tones, you can change the underlying reality. This is, mechanically, similar to the Tuum, which is the dragon language as a reality-altering force. The Tuum manipulates reality through specific shouts, specific words, that have inherent power. Tonal architecture is the same principle, but expanded into a complete engineering discipline. The Dwemer did not just shout. They built machines that produced complex tones, layered frequencies, harmonic patterns that could reshape matter and consciousness directly. The Numidium is, in this framework, a tonal architecture device. It is not just a giant brass golem, it is an instrument. Its movements produce tones, its mechanisms vibrate at specific frequencies, and these tones affect reality on a massive scale. When the Numidium walks, reality itself shifts to accommodate its frequency. This is part of why activating the Numidium causes dragon breaks. The Numidium is producing a tone that does not fit the existing reality, and reality has to reorganize itself around the new tone, which produces nonlinear time, multiple possible outcomes, and all the other dragon break weirdness. Kagernak's tools, Sunder and Keening, are also tonal architecture devices. Sunder produces the striking tone, Keening produces the cutting tone, and Wraithguard is the safety device that lets the user survive holding the other two without being unmade. The Heart of Lorcan, when struck with Sunder and cut with Keening, produces the tones that Kagernak wanted to use to ascend the Dwemer to godhood. This is where the Dwemer disappearance ties back in. Kagernak's plan, as best we can reconstruct it, was to use tonal architecture to extract the divinity from the Heart of Lorcan and infuse it into the Dwemer people as a whole, turning them into a transcendent species. The plan worked, in some sense, in that all the Dwemer disappeared simultaneously, but what they were turned into, where they went, and whether the operation was a success is the great mystery. The Numidium was the engine of this transformation, or possibly the vessel for it, or possibly an unrelated side project, depending on which interpretation you follow. Some theorists believe the Dwemer became the Numidium, that the brass god is the collective will and consciousness of the entire Dwemer species, and that when Tiber Septim used the Numidium to conquer Tamriel, he was, unknowingly, conscripting a god made of dead engineers. Yagrum Bagarn, the last Dwemer, who you meet in Morrowind, was not in Tamriel when the disappearance happened. He was in an Oblivion plane on Dwemer business, and when he returned, everyone was gone. He does not know what happened. He has theories, but no certainty. He is, by the time you meet him, also dying of Corpus disease, which is a magical illness that makes him slowly turn into a monstrous creature. The fact that the last surviving member of one of the most advanced civilizations in Tamriel is a dying invalid in a basement in Vardenfell is one of the most subtly grim notes in the entire setting. Wait, I'm not allowed to use that word. The fact that the last surviving Dwemer is a dying invalid in a basement is one of the more genuinely sad things in the setting. He is happy to talk to you though. He has had a long time to think about what happened, and he likes the company. There is a specific Dwemer ruin in Skyrim called Btwand Mzulft, that contains the Oculary, which is a massive tonal architecture device used to study the stars. You go there during the College of Winterhold questline and use a Synod focusing crystal to activate it. The Synod, by the way, is one of the two major mage organizations of the Fourth Era, the other being the College of Whispers, both of which split off from the dissolved Mages Guild. The Synod is more focused on practical magic and political influence. The College of Whispers is more focused on forbidden knowledge and Daedric studies. Neither of them is particularly trustworthy. Centurions, the giant brass guardian constructs you fight in Dwemer ruins, are another aspect of tonal architecture. They are not pure machines, they are not pure soul-bound constructs, they are something in between. They run on steam, on geared mechanisms, on what looks like normal engineering, but they also contain bound souls or echoes of intelligence that give them autonomous behavior. After thousands of years, with no maintenance, they are still functional. They are still patrolling their ruined halls, still attacking intruders, still doing the job they were built for, with no one left to defend. There is something genuinely unsettling about an entire civilization's worth of mechanical guardians still doing their duty for masters who have not existed for 2 eras. The Falmer, by the way, are partially the reason these ruins are still inhabited. After the Snow Elves fled to the Dwemer for protection from the Nords, the Dwemer agreed to shelter them on the condition that the Falmer eat a particular fungus that grew in the deep ruins. The fungus, over generations, blinded the Falmer and degraded their intellect, turning them from one of the most beautiful and refined elven races into the twisted, feral creatures you fight in the games. The Dwemer essentially enslaved an entire elven race and engineered their devolution. So, when the Dwemer disappeared, the Falmer were left behind, still living in the ruins, and over the subsequent thousands of years, they have spread underground throughout Tamriel, becoming a hidden subterranean civilization of feral elves. The Falmer you fight in Skyrim are the descendants of these survivors. They are still technically snow elves, biologically. They are just thousands of years of trauma, cave dwelling, and fungal poisoning removed from their original form. There is exactly one surviving pure snow elf in Skyrim, which is Knight Paladin Gelebor in the Dawnguard expansion. He has lived in the Forgotten Vale for thousands of years, maintaining the Chantry of Oriel, while the rest of his species was either killed or warped into Falmer. His brother, Vyther, also survived but was turned into a vampire and is the antagonist of the Dawnguard storyline. The fact that there are 2 surviving snow elves, and they are brothers, and one of them killed all his people's gods by turning into a vampire, is, by the way, the kind of plot density that Elder Scrolls just casually drops into expansions. Most franchises would build an entire game around the last 2 members of a race trying to reconcile. Skyrim makes it a side quest, fine. The Snow Prince, who I mentioned earlier, was the Snow Elf commander who fought against Ysgramor's 500 companions during the Elven-Nord War. He was killed by a young Nord girl, who, in some versions of the legend, became the first Stormcloak ancestor, and his body was preserved in a tomb that you can find in Solstheim. The Snow Prince is described as supernaturally beautiful, supernaturally skilled, riding a bear mount into battle, leading a doomed defense against an overwhelming Nord invasion. His death is, basically, the end of Snow Elf civilization as a coherent political entity. After he falls, the survivors flee to the Dwemer, and the rest is fungal history. Speaking of Solstheim, let us talk about Miraak briefly, because he is a fascinating character who I touched on but did not fully develop. Miraak is the first Dragonborn. He was a dragon priest in the Merethic era, who learned the secret of the voice and rebelled against his dragon masters, becoming the first mortal to slay a dragon and absorb its soul. This is significant because Dragonborn are basically mortals with dragon souls in mortal bodies, and Miraak proved that this was possible. He was, however, eventually corrupted by Hermaeus Mora, who offered him forbidden knowledge in exchange for service. Miraak ended up trapped in Apocrypha, Hermaeus Mora's realm, for thousands of years, slowly going mad and plotting his return. His plan in the Dragonborn expansion is to use a Daedric artifact called the Bend Will Shout to control the population of Solstheim, build himself a power base, and use it to overthrow the last Dragonborn and reclaim his position as the dominant Dragonborn. The fight against him takes place in Apocrypha and ends with him being killed by Hermaeus Mora himself, who is no longer satisfied with him as a servant and has decided the last Dragonborn would be a better replacement. The implication is that Hermaeus Mora collects Dragonborn the way a person might collect rare books. Once one of his Dragonborn outlives their usefulness, he replaces them. The last Dragonborn, depending on how their story goes, may be next. Apocrypha itself is one of the more visually distinctive Daedric realms. It is an infinite library of black-paged books, ink rivers, tentacle monsters, and floating platforms of paper. The aesthetic is direct cosmic horror, lifted from Lovecraft but executed with a specifically Elder Scrolls twist. The realm is described as containing all forbidden knowledge that has ever been forgotten. Books are not just stored there, they are the substance of the realm. Walking through Apocrypha is walking through pages. Reading a book in Apocrypha can change the reader. Hermaeus Mora's whole bit is that knowledge has a price, and the price is, usually, you. He's one of the most interesting Daedric princes because he's not malevolent, he's not benevolent, he's just curious, endlessly, infinitely curious. And he wants you to be curious too. The wanting is the trap. The black books, which are the artifacts you collect during the Dragonborn questline, are how Hermaeus Mora interfaces with the mortal world. Reading a black book pulls you into Apocrypha temporarily and grants you knowledge in the form of new abilities. But every time you read one, you give a little bit of yourself to Mora. The transaction is real. The last Dragonborn, after reading enough black books, is essentially a part-time resident of Apocrypha. Whether this affects them long-term, whether Mora has a claim on their soul, is not really resolved in the game, but the implication is there. Knowledge has a price. The price is yourself. Let us drift over to the Boethia situation, because Boethia is one of the more interesting Daedric princes for reasons that involve direct meddling in Tamrielic history. Boethia is the prince of plots, deceit, conspiracy, secret plots of murder, assassination, treason, and unlawful overthrow of authority. Catchy title. Boethia is also, importantly, the Daedric prince who consumed Trinimac. As I mentioned, this is the event that turned the Aldmer who followed Trinimac into the Chimer, and eventually the Orcs. Boethia is therefore, in a real sense, the originator of the Dunmer Orc lineage. The fact that Boethia is worshipped by the Dunmer as one of the reclamations is not just a religious choice. It is an acknowledgement that Boethia is essentially the father deity of their people. Without Boethia eating Trinimac, the Chimer would never have existed, and without the Chimer, neither the Dunmer nor the Orcs would exist either. Boethia's followers are typically structured around tournaments, conspiracies, betrayals, and tests of cunning. To gain Boethia's favor, you have to demonstrate that you can outmaneuver, betray, or assassinate your peers. The Boethia quest in Skyrim involves luring a follower to a sacrificial altar and stabbing them, then participating in a tournament of murder against Boethia's other followers. This is, somewhat predictably, considered a less popular Daedric questline. Boethia's artifact, the Ebony Mail, is however very good, so people do it anyway. By the way, this is one of the recurring features of Daedric quests. They are almost always morally compromising, and they almost always end with you receiving a piece of gear that is too good to refuse. Vivek, possibly, would call this a teaching about the nature of compromise. Most players call it loot. Azura is, by contrast, one of the more sympathetic Daedric princes. Azura is the prince of dawn and dusk, of transitions, of prophecy, of the moments between. She is one of the reclamations, alongside Boethia and Mephala, worshipped by the Dunmer after the fall of the tribunal. Azura's relationship with the Dunmer is, however, complicated. She was the patron of the Khmer when they followed Trinimac, and when the tribunal stole the power of the heart of Lorkhan and broke their oaths to her, she cursed them. The curse turned all the Khmer into Dunmer, gave them red eyes, dark skin, and a long-running theological grudge. Whether the curse was a punishment or a transformation is, again, debated. Some Dunmer scholars argue that the new form is, in some ways, more suited to the harsh land of Morrowind than the old Golden Khmer form was. Others argue that it was, straightforwardly, divine retribution. Both can be true. Azura also has a very personal connection to the Nerevarine prophecy. After Nerevar's death and the tribunal's betrayal, Azura prophesied that Nerevar would be reborn as a mortal who would right the wrongs done to him and the Dunmer people. This prophecy is the entire backbone of Morrowind's main plot. The player character is the Nerevarine, the reincarnation of Nerevar, who eventually kills Dagoth-Ur, the Sharmat, the corrupted former friend of Nerevar who has been trying to resurrect the Akulakan and impose his own godhood on Morrowind. Whether the Nerevarine is the literal reincarnation of Nerevar, or just a mortal who fulfills the prophecy by virtue of doing the right things at the right time, is left ambiguous. Azura, when you talk to her, says it does not matter which it is. The prophecy is fulfilled either way. Mantling, again. Sotha Sil's Clockwork City is, while we are on the topic, one of the more interesting Daedric adjacent realms in the setting, even though it is technically not a Daedric realm. The Clockwork City is a pocket plane of reality that Sotha Sil built to be his personal research facility and refuge. It is a city made entirely of brass, clockwork, gears, mechanical organisms, and constructed life. Sotha Sil populated it with mechanical fabricants, simulated weather, fake stars, even artificial Daedra. The whole thing is a model of reality that Sotha Sil could observe and manipulate to understand the underlying mechanics of existence. He was, essentially, building a working-scale model of the universe to figure out how to fix the universe. Whether he was on the path to success when Almalexia killed him is one of the open questions of the lore. He had been working on the project for thousands of years. He might have been close, he might have been nowhere, we do not know. The Clockwork City features prominently in Elder Scrolls Online and in the Tribunal expansion for Morrowind. It is, visually, one of the more striking environments in the franchise, a brass and crystal landscape that looks like nothing else in Tamriel. Sotha Sil's research notes, scattered throughout the Clockwork City, suggest that he was working on, among other things, the Sigic Endeavor, which is the Elven term for the project of ascending to godhood through deliberate methodology. The Tribunal, in their early days, were Sigic Endeavor practitioners. Their hijack of the Heart of Lorkhan was essentially a shortcut to the same goal. Sotha Sil, after the Tribunal collapsed, was attempting to find a more legitimate path. Whether he could have done it without the heart is another open question. The Sigic Order itself, who I have mentioned in passing, deserves a proper introduction. The Sigic Order is the oldest known monastic order in Tamriel. They are based on the island of Artaeum, which is just off the coast of Somerset, and they are practitioners of the original Aldmeri religion, the one that predates the Eight Divines and possibly even the Aedric Pantheon as currently understood. The Sigics are, basically, the highest tier mages of the setting, possessing access to magic that even Daedric princes find interesting. They are also extremely reclusive. Artaeum disappears for centuries at a time, returning only when the Sigics decide they have business in the world. Their interactions with mortal affairs are rare, but when they do happen, consequential. In Skyrim, the Sigic Order makes contact with the last Dragonborn through Quaranir, a Sigic monk who reveals himself during the College of Winterhold questline. The Sejiks are concerned about the Eye of Magnus, a powerful artifact that the college has discovered, and they intervene to help the Dragonborn deal with the situation. The fact that the Sejiks, who normally do not get involved in surface world politics, decided this particular event warranted intervention suggests that the Eye of Magnus is, possibly, even more important than the game text makes it out to be. The Eye, by the way, may be, depending on which theory you follow, an actual, literal Eye of Magnus, the Aedra who created Mundus, and then bailed when he realized what he had agreed to. If so, then the College of Winterhold accidentally discovered a piece of one of the original creator gods buried under Skyrim. Casual. The Sejik endeavor itself is a multi-millennia project by various Aldmeri scholars to find the way back to divinity. The Tribunal's hijack of the Heart was one attempt. The Crystal Tower research at Somerset was another. Sotha Sil's Clockwork City was another. Various individual mages, including Manimarco in some interpretations, have attempted their own personal endeavors. The goal is always the same: find a way to un-Lorcan the Lorcan, reverse the trick, get back to the state before mortality. The Talmor in their modern form are running a Sejik endeavor at industrial scale, weaponizing the entire Aldmeri dominion in service of the project. Whether they will succeed, whether anyone can succeed, is the kind of question that the lore deliberately leaves open. The answer is, for some characters, yes. Vivek succeeded, sort of. Tiber Septim succeeded, sort of. Manimarco succeeded, depending on which timeline you accept. The doors are not all closed. The methodology is just absolutely brutal and tends to involve a lot of dead people. Let me circle back to the Khajiit, because I have only scratched the surface of their lore, and it is, genuinely, one of the more underappreciated parts of the setting. The Khajiit are a first stock species, which means they have many different subspecies or forms, depending on the lunar phase under which they are born. The two moons, Maser and Secunda, are, as I mentioned, the dead halves of Lorcan, and the position of these moons at the time of a Khajiit's birth determines what form they will take. A Khajiit born under a new moon, with both moons hidden, will be a Sencherat, a giant tiger-like creature large enough to be ridden by other Khajiit. A Khajiit born under both moons full will be a Cathay, a more humanoid form. The Sutairat, which is the form most players are familiar with, is born under specific lunar phases. There are roughly 17 identified Khajiit forms, ranging from house cat sized to elephant sized, and a single Khajiit family can produce children of completely different forms, depending on when each child is born. The cultural implications of this are significant. A Khajiit mother might give birth to a Sencherat son and a Suthairat daughter in successive years, and these two siblings will look like completely different species but be biologically related. The Khajiit religion centers on Ridiltar, a sort of cosmic harmony or principle taught to them by Kenarthi, the hawk god of the sky. The Khajiit pantheon includes most of the standard Aedric figures under different names, plus some unique deities. Azura, who is Azura, has a particular relationship with the Khajiit, having helped shape them as a species. Lorkaj, who is Lorcan, has a darker presence in Khajiit theology than in most other pantheons. He is sometimes referred to as the Moon Beast, a corrupted aspect that lurks in the Dark Heart, which is the metaphysical shadow of his original self. Khajiit, who fall to the Dark Heart's influence, become Dromathra, corrupted Khajiit who serve the Dark Heart's interests. The Dromathra storyline is explored in detail in Elder Scrolls Online. The Khajiit also have a relationship with sugar, specifically moon sugar, which is harvested from the cane fields of elsewhere and is, depending on interpretation, either crystallized moonlight, the dried tears of Azura, the literal substance of the moons, or a regular agricultural product with magical properties. Moon sugar is the raw material from which skooma is refined, and it is also, for Khajiit, a religiously significant substance. Khajiit use moon sugar in their rituals, their cuisine, their celebrations. For non-Khajiit, moon sugar tends to be either an exotic spice or a precursor to skooma addiction. The Khajiit themselves can consume moon sugar without addiction problems because their bodies are adapted to it. This is one of the recurring sources of cultural misunderstanding in Tamriel. What is a sacrament for one species is a drug for another. The Mane is the political and religious leader of the Khajiit. There is only ever one Mane at a time. The Mane is identified as a Khajiit born during a particular extremely rare lunar event involving both moons being in specific configurations. The current Mane in the 4th era is, possibly, one of the most powerful living individuals in Tamriel, given the metaphysical significance of the Khajiit lunar lattice. The Mane has political authority over all Khajiit. There is no other Khajiit who has authority over a Mane. When a Mane dies, the next one is not always immediately born, because the lunar conditions are rare. There can be decades of intermain periods, during which the Khajiit are politically fragmented. Now let me get into something that does not get talked about enough, which is the Bosmer, the wood elves of Valenwood. The Bosmer are, theologically, one of the most interesting races in the setting, because of the Green Pact. The Green Pact is an agreement that the Bosmer made with Y'ffre, their patron god, at the dawn of time. The terms of the Green Pact are that no Bosmer will ever harm a plant in Valenwood, will not eat plant matter, will not cut down trees, will not use plant-based products of any kind. In exchange, Y'ffre gave the Bosmer their current form and their position as the protectors of Valenwood. The implications of this are immediately strange. The Bosmer are forced carnivores. They cannot eat bread, fruit, vegetables, or anything plant-derived. Their entire diet is meat. Their houses are not made of wood. Their clothing is not made of plant fibers. They use bone, leather, insect shell, and similar materials. But the Green Pact has a corollary clause that is, somehow, even stranger. Because Bosmer cannot eat plants, and they must consume something, the pact requires that they eat their enemies. All of them. Bosmer who kill an enemy in battle are required, by the pact, to consume the body. The dead must be eaten within 3 days, or the Bosmer who killed them violates the pact. Bosmer cuisine includes preparations of human, mer, beast folk, and any other intelligent being that has been killed in legitimate combat. This is not a fringe practice. It is the religious law of an entire race. There are Bosmer settlements that have been continuously practicing this for thousands of years. The Bosmer themselves are aware that this is, by outside standards, alarming. They do not advertise it. Most Tamrielic citizens are dimly aware that Bosmer are weird about food but do not understand the full extent. The Bosmer prefer it this way. Their religious requirements do not extend to lying about their religious requirements, but they are not obligated to volunteer the information either. By the way, the Bosmer also have a thing called the Wild Hunt, which is a ritual that, under extreme circumstances, transforms a group of Bosmer into rampaging monsters who consume everything in their path. The Wild Hunt has been declared a handful of times in history, most famously when an army of monsters spilled out of Valenwood and laid waste to a chunk of Tamriel. The participants of a wild hunt cannot return to normal Bosmer form. They are monsters forever, so the Wild Hunt is, basically, a religious nuclear option. Y'ffre himself is one of the more interesting Aedra. He is described as the original storyteller, the one who fixed the malleable nature of reality into stable, narrative form. Before Y'ffre, reality was, supposedly, more like the Dawn era, where things could be other things, where causality was loose, where stories did not stay told. Y'ffre, by telling the first stable story, gave reality its current shape. Everything that exists because Y'ffre's story said it did. The Bosmer, by following the Green Pact, are honoring the storyteller by, essentially, refusing to disrupt the story. Other species disrupt the story constantly. The Bosmer's role is to keep one corner of it intact. This connects distantly to the broader theme of stories in Elder Scrolls lore. The setting is at its core narrative aware. Characters know they are in a story, or at least certain characters do. Vivek absolutely does. Talos probably does. The Daedric princes are in some sense narrative archetypes given divine form. Hermaeus Mora is the principle of knowledge as cursed thing. Sheogorath is the principle of madness as creative force. Boethiah is the principle of betrayal as catalyst. The princes are not just gods with personalities, they are concepts wearing god skins. The mortals who interact with them are, in some sense, characters in a story that the princes are partially writing. The Khajiit, by the way, also have a related concept, which is that the moons are, as I said, the dead halves of Lorkhan, but they are also a kind of celestial filter through which mortal souls are processed. When a Khajiit dies, their soul is said to pass through the moons, to be sorted, judged, and either reincarnated or released to Aetherius or Sangmunaheim, depending on what they did with their life. The lunar lattice is not just a biological mechanism, it is a religious one. The moons are the gatekeepers of Khajiit afterlife. This is also why moon sugar is religiously significant. It is, in a sense, communion with the moons, communion with Lorkhan's body. Eating moon sugar is eating God. The Bosmer, eating their enemies, are eating story. Different races, different sacraments, same basic principle. The universe is metabolic, and the gods are the menu. Let me move us onto some specific Daedric princes I have not given proper time to. Nocturnal, the prince of night, shadow, mystery, and luck, is the patron of the Thieves' Guild and is, in some readings, one of the oldest Daedric princes, possibly predating the formal split between Aedra and Daedra. Nocturnal does not really care about mortal worship. Her interactions with mortals are minimal. She has a small number of followers, called nightingales, who serve her in exchange for skill and luck, but she does not seek to expand her influence the way some other princes do. The skeleton key, her artifact, is one of the most powerful Daedric items because it can open any lock, and the lock is, in a deeper sense, a metaphor for any barrier. The skeleton key opens doors, locks, minds, prophecies, possibly even dimensional barriers. The last Dragonborn in the Thieves' Guild questline briefly possesses the skeleton key and must return it to its proper place. Whether they actually return it or whether they keep it and replace it with a fake is up to the player. Vermina is the prince of nightmares, dreams, and bad omens. She is one of the more disturbing princes because her sphere is intimate. She does not invade armies or claim territory, she invades sleep. Her followers experience their dreams as her property, and she can use them as windows into mortal consciousness. The Skull of Corruption, her artifact, is a staff that allows the wielder to summon a copy of any target who has the same memories and abilities but serves the wielder. The implications of this are, if you stop to think about them, completely horrifying. You can summon copies of people who have all their memories, who think they are themselves, and order them around. The copies presumably experience subjective existence. They are not less real than the originals. Vermina, by giving mortals this artifact, is essentially handing out the ability to commit identity violations on a casual basis. Periate, the prince of pestilence, disease, and order, is one of the less popular princes because, well, plague. Periate's sphere is the natural order of corruption and decay, and his followers are usually a mix of weird disease cultists and order-obsessed monastics who see his pestilence as a kind of cleansing force. Periate's dragon form is one of his iconic features. He appears as a great green dragon, which is one of the few times a Daedric prince takes a form that resembles an Akatosh-aligned creature. This has led to some theories that Periate is possibly related to or descended from a dragon, or that there is some deeper Adric-Daedric connection in his case. His artifact, Spellbreaker, is a shield that nullifies hostile magic, which is functionally useful but thematically unrelated to his stated sphere. Daedric artifacts are, often, like this. They have their own internal logic that does not always match the prince's portfolio. Clavicus Vile is the prince of wishes, pacts, and power bargains. He is, basically, the genie of Tamriel. Clavicus offers mortals what they want, but the bargain always twists in some way that makes the mortal regret it. The mask of Clavicus Vile, his artifact, is a mask that increases the wearer's charisma and persuasive abilities, which is appropriately on theme. Clavicus is usually accompanied by Barbas, his canine companion, who is, in some interpretations, actually the conscience of Clavicus, separated and given physical form. Barbas tries to mitigate Clavicus's worst impulses, and when they are separated, Clavicus becomes more dangerous. The relationship between Clavicus and Barbas is, somewhat predictably, the most written about on Tumblr Daedric relationship in the entire lore. Namira, the prince of the ancient darkness, of revulsion, of the repulsive, is one of the older and stranger princes. Her sphere is the things that mortals find disgusting. Her followers include cannibals, decay cultists, and those who have been outcast from regular society. Her quest in Skyrim involves participating in a ritual cannibal feast in a cave under Markarth. The whole thing is, deliberately, designed to be off-putting. Namira's artifact, the Ring of Namira, gives the wearer regenerative powers when they eat corpses. It is one of the more useful Daedric artifacts, and one of the most morally compromising to acquire, standard Daedric quest experience. Mehrunes Dagon, the Prince of Destruction, Change, Revolution, Energy, and Ambition, is one of the most active and aggressive princes. He has attempted to invade Tamriel multiple times, most notably during the Oblivion Crisis of the Third Era, which is the main plot of Oblivion. Dagon's invasion was orchestrated through a cult, the Mythic Dawn, led by Mankar Camoran. The Mythic Dawn assassinated Emperor Uriel Septim VII and most of his heirs, with the goal of breaking the divine pact that prevented Daedra from directly invading Mundus. The pact was the Covenant, established by Akatosh after Pelinal's time, which limited Daedric invasion to specific summoning and bound the princes from manifesting directly. The Covenant was tied to the Amulet of Kings, the dragon-blooded emperors, and the White Gold Tower. By breaking the Imperial bloodline, the Mythic Dawn weakened the Covenant enough to let Mehrunes Dagon manifest directly in Tamriel. Martin Septim, the last Septim heir, ultimately refortified the Covenant by destroying the Amulet of Kings and turning himself into a divine avatar of Akatosh, which banished Dagon. The cost was the end of the Septim dynasty and the eventual breakdown of the empire that followed. Mankar Camoran himself is an interesting figure. He claimed to be the son of two minor Tamrielic political figures, Camoran Numinatus and Vivian Mythic, but the more interesting interpretation, supported by some apocryphal texts, is that he was the son of Mankar's earlier identity from the Camoran usurper crisis of the Third Era. The Camoran usurper was a warlord who terrorized Valenwood and the Iliac Bay region centuries earlier, and there are theories that Mankar is, somehow, the same person, kept alive or reincarnated through Daedric Pact. Mankar's Mythic Dawn philosophy was a peculiar Daedric reinterpretation of mortality, in which Mundus was a prison and Dagon's invasion was a kind of liberation. The Mysterium Xarxis, the holy book of the Mythic Dawn, was written by Mehrunes Dagon himself, allegedly, and the Mythic Dawn commentaries that Mankar wrote on top of it are some of the more chilling cult literature in the setting. The Mythic Dawn's plan was also peculiar in that it could only have been hatched by a cult that had genuinely misunderstood what was good for mortals. Dagon's invasion would not have been liberation. It would have been the entire Mundus turned into another version of the Deadlands, the Daedric realm of Mehrunes Dagon, which is a landscape of perpetual war, fire, and demonic conquest. The Mythic Dawn members who survived and who saw the actual Daedric invasion in progress would, you would think, have realized their mistake. But cult psychology being what it is, the survivors just doubled down. Mankar himself, when you fight him at the climax of the Oblivion main quest, is still rambling about how he was right and how the Empire is the real enemy. He believes his own propaganda to the very end. By the way, Mankar's Paradise, the pocket realm where he hides during the game, is one of the more conceptually interesting Daedric realms, because it is not actually a Daedric realm. It is a pocket plane that Mankar himself created, possibly by mantling, possibly by Daedric Pact, possibly through some lesser understood metaphysical operation. Mankar built his own little universe. He populated it with his family and his cult. He ruled it as a god king. The fact that a mortal cult leader could create his own small universe is, when you sit with it for a second, kind of a flex. Sanguin, the prince of hedonism, debauchery, and passionate indulgences, is the most well-liked Daedric prince among players, because his quest involves getting blackout drunk and waking up in a temple wearing a wedding dress with a goat. He is essentially the party Daedra. His sphere is, on the surface, low-stakes fun. But Sanguin's deeper portfolio is the principle of indulgence as its own end, the pursuit of pleasure without restraint, which can be, depending on circumstance, either harmless or catastrophic. Sanguin's Rose, his artifact, summons a Dremora to fight for the wielder, which is functionally useful but thematically slightly off from his stated sphere. Sanguin himself rarely takes the form of a prince, preferring to walk around Tamriel disguised as a regular drinker, getting into mischief. The Sanguin you meet in Skyrim is, on first appearance, Sam Geven, a man in a tavern. He only reveals his true nature after the player has already gotten themselves into significant trouble. Molag Bal, the prince of domination, of schemes, of corruption, of vampirism, is the principal antagonist of the Elder Scrolls Online's main plot and is generally considered one of the cruelest princes. His sphere is the violation of the will. He delights in turning beings against their own nature, in making them serve him through manipulation, coercion, or transformation. Vampirism in Tamriel originates, according to most sources, with Molag Bal. The first vampire was a woman named Lamai Bal, who was assaulted by Molag Bal and turned into the first of her kind as a kind of cosmic punishment. Every vampire in Tamriel can trace their bloodline, eventually, back to that origin event. Molag Bal's plane of oblivion, Cold Harbor, is a dark mirror of Tamriel, a perpetually grey wasteland populated by tortured souls who have been claimed by Bal through various means. The whole place is, basically, designed to be psychologically miserable. Meridia, the prince of life energies, is, in interesting contrast, one of the few Daedric princes who actively opposes undeath, vampirism, and necromancy. She is allied with, or at least sympathetic to, mortal concerns, and her artifact, Dawnbreaker, is specifically designed to harm undead. There is a strong theory that Meridia is not, in origin, a Daedric prince at all, but a former Magna Gay, one of the Magnus-aligned spirits who left during convention. Meridia is, in this reading, a refugee who became a prince by default when she ended up running an Oblivion realm. Her followers, the Aelids, used to be a major Tamrielic civilization, and the Aelid ruins scattered around Cyrodiil are the remnants of her cult's empire. The Aelids were, before the slave rebellion that ended their dominance, one of the most magically advanced civilizations in the setting, and their ruins are full of unique artifacts and unusual magic. The Aelids worshipped a mix of Aedra, Daedra, and stellar entities, and their society was, by all accounts, fairly horrific from the perspective of their slaves, who were almost exclusively early Imperials. The slave rebellion, led by Saint Alessia, sometimes called Alessia the Slave Queen, with the help of Pelinal Whitestrake and the human population of Cyrodiil, ended Aelid rule and founded what would eventually become the First Empire. Alessia's pact with Akatosh, securing dragon blood for the emperors and the protection of the Covenant, is the origin event of the imperial bloodline that would eventually produce the Septims. The Aelids who survived the rebellion fled to remote ruins, dwindled, and eventually died out, leaving only their architectural and magical remains. So when you walk through an Aelid ruin in Oblivion or in ESO, you are walking through the remnants of one of the original Tamrielic civilizations, a culture that was older than the Empire, older than the Septims, older even than the Raman dynasty. The Aelids were contemporaries of the Dwemer in some sense, although their cultures were very different. Both were extremely advanced. Both eventually disappeared, though for completely different reasons. The Dwemer disappeared metaphysically, the Aelids disappeared politically. Either way, Tamriel is, in the modern eras, populated by latecomers walking through the ruins of their elders. Hircine, the prince of the hunt, of the wild, of the predation cycle, is one of the more honorable Daedric princes, if you can call any of them that. Hircine's sphere is the natural order of hunter and prey, and his rules are, at least, consistent. He respects mortals who excel at hunting, he honors bargains, he keeps his word. His hunting grounds, his Oblivion realm, is an eternal forest where the most successful hunters of all time hunt forever. It sounds, depending on your relationship to violence, like either a paradise or a hell. Hircine is also the origin of all the lycanthropic curses in Tamriel. Werewolves, werebears, weresharks, and the various other were-creatures all derive from Hircine's influence. The first werewolves were Bosmer, who participated in a botched wild hunt, which is the same wild hunt I mentioned earlier, except this one didn't fully transform the participants and left them with partial transformation that activated under certain conditions. From there, the curse spread, and lycanthropy became one of the more persistent supernatural conditions in the setting. The interaction between Hircine and Molag Bal is one of the recurring tensions in Daedric politics. Hircine claims werewolves, Molag Bal claims vampires. The two species are, theologically, opposed. When a werewolf becomes a vampire, or a vampire becomes a werewolf, the Daedric princes themselves get involved, because the soul of the affected mortal is, in some sense, contested property. The companions in Skyrim, who are the local werewolf-aligned warrior society, have a centuries-long beef with the Silver Hand, a vampire hunting organization that, in some readings, is actually more aligned with anti-Hircine sentiment than with Stendarian piety. The whole werewolf-vampire feud in Tamriel is, at root, a Daedric proxy war between Hircine and Molag Bal, fought through their respective mortal followers. Malakath, who I have mentioned but not fully detailed, is the prince of outcasts, oaths, and the spurned. He is, as I said, the post-Boethia form of Trinimac. The orcs worship him as their patron deity. Malakath's sphere is the keeping of oaths and the protection of those who have been cast out. His followers, the orcs, are, in Tamrielic society, among the most marginalized races, frequently treated as second-class citizens, denied entry to certain cities, regularly harassed. Malakath's response to this is to grant them, basically, the right to settle their own affairs in their own way. Orc strongholds in Tamriel operate under their own laws, with their own chiefs, and the Empire and other states largely leave them alone as long as they do not cause external problems. This arrangement has held for centuries. Orc culture is, accordingly, very oath-based. Promises are taken with absolute seriousness. Insults must be answered. Honor must be maintained. The Code of Malakath, the unwritten Orcish legal code, governs everything from chieftainship succession to inheritance to the resolution of disputes. The code is brutal but consistent. It produces a society that outsiders find alarming, but that has internally remained stable across many eras. The orcs are, somewhat ironically, one of the few races whose religious, legal structure has not been significantly disrupted by imperial rule. They have just refused to participate in imperial culture in any meaningful way and have, in exchange, been left mostly alone. There was, briefly, an Orsinium, an orcish kingdom in the high Hrothgar mountains that achieved formal political recognition. It has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times across the eras. The current Orsinium, in the Fourth Era, is the most recent reconstruction. The historical pattern is that Orsinium gets established, builds up power, becomes a regional concern, gets sacked by Bretons or Redguards or Imperials, and then gets rebuilt a few centuries later. The orcs are, somewhat predictably, fatalistic about this. Orsinium will fall again. Orsinium will rise again. The cycle is the point. Let me get into the Septim Emperors, because the Third Era is, basically, the era of the Septim dynasty, and the dynasty itself is full of weird and historically significant figures. Tiber Septim, who founded the empire and became Talos, is the obvious starting point. After Tiber's apotheosis, the throne passed through a series of his descendants, each of whom is, in some way, worth knowing about. Pelagius Septim I, the second emperor, was assassinated relatively quickly. The throne then went through various Septim relatives and produced, eventually, Pelagius III, who is probably the most famous of the Septim line for non-Tiber reasons. Pelagius III is, in short, the Mad Emperor. He suffered from what the modern player would recognize as schizophrenia, exacerbated by political pressures and possibly by Sheogorath's direct intervention. Pelagius's reign was a disaster. He was, at various points, convinced that his own organs were attempting to assassinate him. He held trials against members of his own court for crimes that they had not committed in dimensions that did not exist. He commanded the sun to set early so he could go to sleep. The empire continued to function, mostly through the actions of his regents and his eventually divorced wife, Kataraya, who took over de facto rulership of the empire for several decades and was, by all accounts, an extremely competent ruler. The fact that Kataraya was a Dunmer and therefore not of the Septim bloodline herself is one of the under-discussed political crises of the era. The Septim emperors needed dragon blood to legitimately wear the Amulet of Kings, but the dynasty had been so devastated by various assassinations and madness that the bloodline was tenuous for much of the Third Era. Pelagius III's connection to Sheogorath becomes explicit in the Shivering Isles expansion for Oblivion. The hero of Kuwatch, during the Shivering Isles content, can enter Pelagius's mind via a Daedric ritual and meet the Emperor as he experiences his own internal landscape. Pelagius's mind is, predictably, a chaotic mess of overlapping anxieties, paranoias, and depressive episodes. Sheogorath uses Pelagius's mind as a kind of testing ground for the hero of Kuwatch, who at this point is being groomed to take over as the next Sheogorath through mantling. The fact that an entire imperial mind is just being used as Daedric playground furniture is, somewhat predictably, the kind of detail that the lore drops casually. Uriel Septim V is another notable emperor, mostly because he attempted to invade Akavir. The invasion of Akavir was one of the largest military operations in Tamrielic history, and it ended catastrophically. Uriel V landed in Akavir, made initial gains, occupied a small region, and was then attacked by the Tsaishi, the snakemen of Akavir, who, depending on which source you believe, either devoured his entire army or destroyed them through some other terrible means. Uriel V himself died in the campaign. Almost no one returned. The invasion of Akavir is, basically, Tamriel's Vietnam. It established that Akavir is, despite being a known continent, at its core not invadable by Tamrielic forces. The Tsaishi are, on their home soil, an order of magnitude more dangerous than even the most pessimistic intelligence had suggested. Uriel Septim VII, who is the emperor at the start of Oblivion, is the last major Septim. His reign was rocked by a series of crises, including a coup attempt by Jagar Tharn, the imperial battle mage, who used the Staff of Chaos to imprison Uriel in a pocket dimension and impersonate him on the throne for 10 years. This is the plot of the original Elder Scrolls Arena. Uriel was eventually rescued, returned to power, and ruled for several more decades before his assassination by the Mythic Dawn. His son Martin became the avatar of Akatosh and ended the Oblivion crisis at the cost of his own life and the entire imperial bloodline. The end of the Septim dynasty marks the end of the Third Era and the beginning of the Fourth. The Fourth Era, then, is the post-Septim era. Without an emperor of dragon blood to wear the Amulet of Kings, and without the amulet itself, since it was destroyed during the Oblivion crisis, the empire's metaphysical legitimacy is at its core weakened. Various claimants have attempted to legitimize themselves through other means. The current emperor at the time of Skyrim is Titus Mede II, who is from a relatively new dynasty established after the Oblivion crisis. The Mede dynasty has no dragon blood. The Mede dynasty has no Amulet of Kings. The Mede dynasty is ruling an empire whose theological infrastructure has been steadily collapsing for 2 centuries. The Thalmor have noticed this. So has, possibly, the universe. Now let me get to Cyrus the Restless, because he is one of those characters who is significant but rarely discussed. Cyrus is the protagonist of Redguard, the early Elder Scrolls game from the late 90s. He is a Redguard sailor, mercenary, and adventurer, and his story takes place during the restoration period of the Third Era, the era when Tiber Septim was consolidating the empire. Cyrus's sister Izara is involved with a rebel movement on the island of Stros Mkai, a Redguard island that is being administered by the Imperial Provisional Governor. Cyrus arrives on the island looking for his sister, gets entangled in the rebellion, and ultimately plays a significant role in the events that shape Redguard political history. There is a tangential connection here to the Underking, who appears in Redguard as a sort of decaying spirit haunting the island. The Underking, who is Wulfarth, as we discussed, has been bound to the Numidium and Tiber Septim mess for centuries by this point, and his presence on Stros Mkai is one of the events that eventually leads to his fate being resolved. The Underking's final fate is, by the way, one of the more poignant bits of lore. Wulfharth, the Underking, was the Ash King of the Nords, betrayed by Zurin Arctus, fused into the Mantella to power the Numidium, used by Tiber Septim, then partially freed but not allowed to die. He spent centuries as a half-existing god corpse, dragging his remains around Tamriel, occasionally interfering in events, mostly just suffering. He was, at one point, the patron of the Skyrim Civil War's Nord faction in a much earlier conflict. He just wanted to die. Eventually, after the events of Redguard, he was, depending on which source you trust, either fully laid to rest or absorbed into the broader Talos Trinity Godhead. The implication is that Wulfarth got, finally, his rest. Whether this means he's part of Talos now, or just dead, or something stranger, is, predictably, not clear. Let me touch on the real Barenziah, because it is one of the lore items that crosses over from in-game content to Apocrypha and back. Barenziah is the Queen of Mournhold, a major Dunmer political figure of the Third Era. The real Barenziah is a series of in-game books that purport to be the unauthorized biography of Barenziah, including details about her early life, her time as a captive of the imperial court during Tiber Septim's expansion, and her alleged affair with Tiber himself. The books were originally written by Platinius Mero, a real fake Tamrielic author, and they caused a scandal when they were published, because they revealed political and personal details that the tribunal-aligned political establishment did not want public. There is a censored version of the real Barenziah, which is the official sanitized one, and an uncensored version, which is much harder to find and which contains the more salacious material. The uncensored real Barenziah includes the claim that Barenziah had a child with Tiber Septim. This child, the implication runs, would carry both Dunmer and dragon blood. The child was, allegedly, given up or hidden or killed, depending on which version you believe. The implications of a Tiber Barenziah child are, theologically, significant. If a child existed, and if they had heirs, then there could be, somewhere in the Dunmer or Imperial population, a hidden line of dragon-blooded individuals descended from Tiber Septim. The Thalmor, if they knew about this, would be extremely interested. So would the Imperial succession debate of the Fourth Era. The real Barenziah is, in this sense, one of those bits of lore that just sits in the background, waiting to be picked up by a later game. While we are on the topic of secret bloodlines, let us mention the Dragonborn lineage in detail. The original pact between Akatosh and Saint Alessia, the one that established the human dynasty of Cyrodiil, infused the imperial line with dragon blood, which is what allowed them to wear the Amulet of Kings and serve as the linchpins of the Covenant. Over the centuries, Dragonborn have appeared, sometimes within the imperial line, sometimes outside it. Mirak was the first Dragonborn, but he was technically a dragon priest who somehow received the gift before the Akatosh-Alessia Pact even existed. which is one of the more interesting timeline questions. The last Dragonborn of Skyrim is the latest known Dragonborn, and they appeared prophetically at exactly the moment when Alduin was returning. This is not, in the universe, a coincidence. Dragonborn appear when they are needed. The how of their appearances, depending on interpretation, either Akatosh's direct intervention or a more impersonal cosmic mechanism that produces dragon-souled mortals as needed. The implication of this is that between major Dragonborn, there might be many minor Dragonborn who never have their abilities triggered. Anyone could, in theory, have dragon blood and not know it. The conditions for the activation seem to involve killing a dragon, since Dragonborn are recognized by their ability to absorb dragon souls. Before Alduin's return, there were no living dragons to kill, so any Dragonborn who existed during the dragon extinct period would have lived their entire lives without knowing what they were. This is, possibly, a significant element of the last Dragonborn's setup. They might not be the only Dragonborn alive at that time. They might just be the only one who has met a dragon. Let me get into Kalpas, because I have mentioned them several times, but not really explained them properly. A Kalpa is a cycle of time in Elder Scrolls cosmology. The Mundus, the mortal world, exists within a Kalpa, and at the end of each Kalpa, Alduin, the World Eater, devours the world, ending the Kalpa. From the destruction, a new Kalpa is born, with a new world, new inhabitants, new history. The cycle has, allegedly, happened many times before. The current Kalpa is just the latest one. There are, in some interpretations, vestigial memories of previous Kalpas embedded in the lore. The Hist trees, as I mentioned, remember previous Kalpas. Certain Daedric princes, particularly Hermaeus Mora, also remember. Alduin's role is to be the Ender, the great recycler, the one who closes each cycle. But Alduin, as I mentioned, became corrupted and decided he did not want to end the current Kalpa. He wanted to rule it forever. This rebellion, this refusal to do his cosmic job, is what put him in conflict with the Dragonborn lineage. The last Dragonborn's mission is to either kill Alduin or, in some readings, to make Alduin do his job. The story of Skyrim is the story of forcing a god to perform his role correctly. The implications of the Kalpa system are interesting. If there have been many Kalpas, and if each Kalpa produces its own world, history, and people, then the question of which Kalpa we are in becomes meaningful. Some apocryphal texts suggest that the current Kalpa is, possibly, the last, the final one before some kind of cosmic resolution. Other texts suggest the cycle has no end. The love letter from the 5th era, which is the Amaranth document, suggests that the Kalpas are themselves embedded in a larger cycle, the cycle of dreamers, in which each godhead eventually achieves Amaranth and produces the next godhead. So the Kalpas are inner cycles within, outer cycles within, possibly more outer cycles. The cosmology is recursive at every level. Whether this is profound or just an excuse to never resolve anything is, again, in the eye of the reader. The current godhead, whoever they are, dreams the entire Aurbis. We are, all of us, characters in this dream. The Daedric princes, the Aedra, the Hist, the dragons, the mortals, all of us. When the godhead wakes, the dream ends. When the godhead achieves Amaranth, the dream ends in a different way, by being replaced by a new dream from a new godhead. We are, at its core, contingent. Our reality is not the bedrock. The bedrock is somewhere else, deeper, and we cannot, from inside the dream, perceive it. Kim is the moment a character realizes they are inside a dream and continues to exist anyway. Amaranth is the moment a character chooses to become the next dreamer rather than waking up. The whole cosmology is, in this sense, a recursive question about the nature of existence itself. Are you the dreamer? Are you the dreamed? Can you choose to become the dreamer? Can you choose to not? Vivek, in his Sermon 36, tells the reader that they too can achieve Kim. Tiber, in his Apotheosis, demonstrates that mortals can ascend. The Tribunal, the Dwemer, the Magnagae, the Daedric princes, every theology in Tamriel is, at root, about transcending the dream. The ones who succeed get out. The ones who fail, the ones who half succeed, the ones who do not even try, all of them are still inside the dream, still contingent, still characters. Even Talos, who became a god, is still inside the Arby's, still a character in the Godhead's dream. The only way truly out, fully out, is Amaranth, which means becoming the next dream. Which is, of course, a paradox, because you are not out, you are just a different kind of in. Michael Kirkbride, whose apocrypha I keep mentioning, has written extensively about all of this. His personal cosmological framework, often called MK lore or Kirkbridean lore, has become, despite its semi-official status, the foundational interpretation of the deeper layers of Elder Scrolls metaphysics. His love letter, his C0DA, his Sermon 36, his various forum posts and developer comments have all become canonical adjacent reference material. Bethesda's relationship with this body of work is complicated. The official games do not contradict the Apocrypha, but they also do not directly confirm it. Heimskir's speech in Skyrim, which I have mentioned, is taken directly from a Kirkbride text. The texts about Vivek in the Morrowind books are direct Kirkbride writing. So Bethesda is canonizing parts of his work selectively, while leaving the more extreme parts ambiguous. This is, I think, the correct approach. Some of the deepest Kirkbride material is, by his own admission, not meant to be taken as canon in a straightforward sense. C0DA, the document about Vivek's far future descendant, Jubal Lunsul, and the events leading to landfall, was written by Kirkbride explicitly as a way to give players permission to write their own canon. He wanted Elder Scrolls to be a participatory mythology, where every player's story is, in some sense, real. The love letter, similarly, is presented as a document found in a future era, written by a future figure, about events that have not yet happened in the games. It is, deliberately, just outside official continuity, but it is also, deliberately, completely consistent with everything else. You can choose to believe it, you can choose to ignore it. The lore is structured to accommodate both choices. This brings me to one of the central tensions of Elder Scrolls lore as a creative project. Is any of it canon? The official Bethesda position is, basically, that the games are canon and the Apocrypha is not, but with the caveat that the Apocrypha was written by people who worked on the games, often during the same period, and often as background material for the games. So the Apocrypha is, in some sense, the unprinted B-sides of the official lore. Whether you should treat them as canon depends mostly on what you want to do with them. If you want to write fanfiction, treat them as canon. If you want to win an argument with another lore nerd, point at the games and say only games count. If you want to actually understand what the lore is doing, treat the games as the surface layer and the Apocrypha as the depth layer, and use both. The communities that have formed around this material are, themselves, kind of remarkable. There are forums, wikis, video essay channels, lore writers, fanfiction archives, and dedicated podcasts, all sustained by the willingness of Elder Scrolls fans to engage with text at a depth that most franchises do not even attempt to produce. The lore community has, in some sense, become a kind of secondary creative project, with its own internal debates, its own canonization processes, its own Apocrypha of Apocrypha. There are theories that are popular within the community that have no in-game evidence, that are not from Kirkbride, that are just collective fan readings that have become received wisdom. The lore is, at this point, more than the sum of its sources. It is a living body of interpretation. By the way, this is one of the things that makes Skyrim, specifically, an interesting game to revisit. On the surface, Skyrim is a dragon-fighting fantasy adventure. The main quest is straightforward. The factions are straightforward. The dialogue is mostly straightforward. But every single major element of Skyrim is, if you scratch at it, hooked into the deeper lore. The dragons are not just dragons, they are time aspects of Akatosh. The Greybeards are not just monks, they are practitioners of a reality-altering language. The Civil War is not just a political conflict, it is a metaphysical conflict over the worship of a man-god whose existence the Thalmor want to undo. The Daedric quests are not just side missions, they are encounters with specific cosmic principles. The last Dragonborn is not just a hero, they are possibly the agent of, depending on interpretation, the next major shift in the Arbus. Skyrim, played casually, is a fantasy game. Skyrim, played with the lore in mind, is one of the strangest theological narratives ever produced in a mainstream video game. The Skyrim main quest, in particular, has implications that go beyond what the game itself explores. Killing Alduin does not just save the world, it potentially breaks the Kalpa cycle. If Alduin was supposed to eat the world at the end of this Kalpa, and the last Dragonborn kills him before he can do his cosmic job, then the cosmic job remains undone. Either another world leader takes Alduin's place, or the current Kalpa just keeps going indefinitely, or something more disruptive happens. The Greybeard's final assessment is that they do not know what comes next. They have prophecies, they have texts, but they do not actually know whether the world will end on schedule or whether the last Dragonborn has just bought the Mundus an indefinite extension. The implications, if you let yourself think about them, are vast. The last Dragonborn might be, by killing one dragon, the figure who ends the entire Kalpic cycle that Mundus has been running on for eras. The next Elder Scrolls game, whenever it comes, will probably have to address this, or, more likely, will ignore it and present a Tamriel that is just continuing along, which itself is, somehow, an answer. The figure of the last Dragonborn, by the way, is one of the most narratively powerful protagonists in the franchise's history, partially because of who they are, and partially because of what is left unsaid. The last Dragonborn arrives in Skyrim as a prisoner, with no defined backstory, no defined identity, no defined motives. They are, by design, a blank slate. But the things they accomplish, the things they discover, the cosmic positions they occupy, are absolutely not blank. They become, depending on the player's choices, the head of multiple guilds, the slayer of multiple gods, the harbinger of multiple Daedric princes, the eater of Alduin, possibly the successor to Sheogorath through mantling, possibly the favorite of Hermaeus Mora, possibly the new listener of the Dark Brotherhood, possibly the new Nightingale of Nocturnal. The last Dragonborn is, by the end of a completionist playthrough, occupying so many cosmic positions simultaneously that they have probably accidentally achieved Kim just by stacking enough titles. The question of what comes next for this character, who has every major faction in Tamriel watching them and who has personal relationships with multiple gods, is genuinely open. There are theories, popular in the community, that the last Dragonborn becomes the next major figure in Tamrielic theology. Some suggest they will become an Aedra. Others suggest they will become a Shezarene, a recurring mortal incarnation of Lorkhan, in the same way that Talos and Pelinal were Shezarenes. Others suggest they will be killed and absorbed by some Daedric prince. Others suggest they will, like Vivek, achieve Amaranth and become the next godhead, ending this dream and starting a new one. The lore does not commit to any answer. The last Dragonborn's fate is, deliberately, left for the player to decide. This is, I think, why Skyrim has had the cultural staying power it has, beyond just being a good game. It is a game whose protagonist's potential trajectory exceeds the boundaries of the game itself. You can finish Skyrim and continue thinking about what your character is doing, what they might become, what their long-term cosmic position will be. The game does not end where the credits roll. It continues in the player's imagination, supported by the lore, supported by the Apocrypha, supported by the community that has been thinking about this stuff for 2 decades. Let me start to wrap this up by going back to where I started, which is Kim. I opened this whole thing by saying that Kim is what happens when a character realizes they are in a video game and refuses to delete themselves out of pure stubborn ego. I want to revise that, because having walked through everything else, I think I can give a more accurate version. Kim is what happens when a character realizes that their entire reality, including themselves, is a dream being dreamt by something that is not them. The natural response to this realization is to dissolve into the dream, because once you know you are not real in the way you thought you were, the basis for individual identity collapses. But Kim is the act of holding on to identity anyway. It is the assertion that even though you know you are dreamt, even though you know you are contingent, even though you know your existence depends on something outside yourself, you are still you. You are still a particular instance of consciousness that has chosen to persist. That choice, that refusal to dissolve, is what makes you a god, not because you have magic powers, not because you are immortal, because you have made the most core possible choice. You have chosen to be. Vivek, who achieved Kim, holds his city in the sky through love and refusal. He loves the Dunmer enough to keep their city safe. He refuses to let Bar Dao fall. The love and refusal are the same thing as the Kim. They are all the same act. Tiber, who achieved Kim, kept his empire alive through the same act, although in his case mediated through 3 personalities and a brass golem. The Kim bearers in the lore are not unified by power. They are unified by the willingness to keep being themselves in the face of cosmic facts that should, by any reasonable standard, destroy individual identity. The Daedric princes, by contrast, are gods who never had to do this. They were never mortal. They never had to confront the dream nature of their own existence the way mortals do. The princes are, in some sense, beneath the mortal mantlers, theologically, because the princes have not had to do the hard work of asserting selfhood against contingency. They were just always princes. Whether this matters in any practical sense is another question. The princes are still extremely powerful. They can still ruin a mortal's life with a casual gesture. But the lore is, philosophically, subtly, on the side of the mortals who do the work. This is, I think, the deepest thing the Elder Scrolls lore is about. It is about the difference between being given a position and earning a position. The Aedra are given, the Daedra are given. The Septim Emperors, with their inherited dragon blood, were given. The Tribunal stole, the Numidium was stolen. The Talos Trinity, on the other hand, earned, sort of, with a tremendous amount of violence and theft mixed in. The last Dragonborn earns. Vivek, after all his sins, earns. The lore values the act of becoming over the state of being, which is of course why it works as a fantasy setting for an RPG. You play a character who, by playing the game, becomes something more than they started. The metaphor is built in. The lore is, in some sense, a theology of self-development translated into cosmic terms. I also want to circle back to the question of canon, because I think it is genuinely interesting how this franchise has handled it. The Elder Scrolls lore is deliberately structured so that contradictions are themselves part of the canon. The warp in the West produced multiple simultaneous outcomes that are all true. The Dragon Breaks let history have multiple versions that are all true. The love letter is canon if you want it to be. The C0DA is canon if you want it to be. Your playthrough is canon if you want it to be. The lore has built into itself the permission to be flexible. This is not a bug. It is a deliberate design choice. The Elder Scrolls is, in some sense, the rare fantasy franchise that has admitted openly that its canon is socially constructed by the community of fans and developers together. The cosmology, with its dream godhead and recursive contingency, is the in-universe justification for this. We are all dreamt, so the dream can have multiple consistent contradictory versions. This is fine. This is the system working. I think this is also why the lore community is so durable. Most fantasy lore communities are, at root, archaeological. They are trying to figure out what the canonical truth is by digging through the existing texts. The Elder Scrolls community is, by contrast, hermeneutic. It is interpreting the texts and contributing new interpretations and arguing about which interpretations are valuable. The lore is, in this sense, alive. It is being continuously rewritten by its readers in conversation with its writers. The writers, particularly Kirkbride, have explicitly encouraged this. The result is a body of mythology that feels much bigger than the games that produced it, because it is, in actual fact, bigger than the games. The games are just the most prominent artifacts of a much larger, ongoing creative project that the fans are co-authoring. There is more I could say, obviously. I have not really gone into Battlespire, or the Reachmen and the Forsworn, or the full Skyrim Civil War breakdown, or the political situation in Black Marsh after the Nahatan flu, or honestly dozens of other topics, and the Iceberg can always go deeper, because the lore is structurally recursive. Every layer is itself an iceberg with more layers under it. But we have to stop somewhere, and the closing thought I want to leave you with is the one I opened with. Kim is what happens when a character knows they are a character and continues being one anyway. Vivek did it through love and stubbornness. Talos did it through war and three people pretending to be one. The last Dragonborn might, depending on what they choose to do with themselves, be on the same path. And the metaphor, if you let yourself see it, is the metaphor for any creative project, including the one this fandom has been co-writing for 30 years, and the one I just spent 4 hours yapping at you about. You make something, you realize it has a logic of its own, and you either let it dissolve back into the dream, or you keep holding on to it because the holding is the point. Or it is just a fantasy series with a dragon you can shout at. Both can be true, both probably are. If you have made it this far, you are exactly the kind of person who would have liked this. Thanks for watching. The Elder Scrolls, for all its weirdness, deserves the attention, and I will probably do another one of these on something equally cursed. Until then, do not let anybody tell you that lore does not matter. It is, often, the only thing that does.